Chapter 986. Black Wind Cliff. The highest place in Lingyun City. Standing at the top of the cliff, one could have a bird's eye view of the entire Lingyun City. The streets were brightly lit and bustling with activity. Half an hour later. Phew, phew, Bai Qi took 2 deep breaths. His face was ruddy and he looked more energetic. More than half of the mysterious Yin crystal in his hand had been consumed. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. At this time, Bai Qi did not doubt Luo Tian at all. If Luo Tian was Bai Qi's man, he would never give him the mysterious Yin crystal. Bai Qi stood up and walked forward. He followed Luo Tian's gaze and looked for a while. Lingyun City is very big, right? Compared to Wushan City, of course it is. Luo Tian replied. But compared to the ancient continent, it's not even comparable to a grain of sand. Because of this, it's very small. At least in my eyes, it's very small. It's so small that even I have to stay here. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian. Looking at this ambitious young man, he sighed. It is so good to be young. Back then, I worked hard to build the House of Bai. But now, Sai, I should not have built the House of Bai. I should have taken my wife and Lingling to travel around. These years he was too tired. His wife was dead. The Bai family was also swaying in the wind and rain, and their house was about to collapse. Luo Tian said, "How much of your strength have you recovered?" Bai Qi came back to his senses and said, 3. I should be able to recover to 7 by dawn. It should be enough to deal with Bai Yuan. His cultivation was at the peak of the essence condensation realm, but Bai Yuan was only at the 8th level of the essence condensation realm. The 7th level was enough to deal with him. However, Luo Tian was a little worried. He could not explain this worry. How long do you need to recover to the peak? They had to be fully prepared. He wasn't sure if Bai Xiong could get help from the Li family, but would the Ouyang family go all out? Luo Tian could only plan for the worst. If he wanted to help Bai Qi regain control of the House of Bai, he couldn't do it alone. The most important thing was to rely on Bai Qi. This was because the House of Bai had been transformed from a bronze family to a silver family under his leadership. His influence in the House of Bai was extremely strong, and they could only rely on him to intimidate the experts in the House of Bai. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and felt that this young man was even more mature. He said, "Tomorrow afternoon, you will definitely be able to recover to your peak." Luo Tian said, "Good. Then I'll fight for you until noon tomorrow. You don't have to show up before noon. I won't let your daughter and son be in danger, but you must show up at noon. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect them." Bai Qi was a trump card in his hand. A trump card that could intimidate everyone the moment he showed it. Bai Qi couldn't understand. He couldn't understand Luo Tian. How could a level 7-4 symbols cultivator fight for time for him? What did he use to fight for time? One had to know that any elder of the Bai clan could take his life. How did he manage to buy time? However, Bai Qi could tell from Luo Tian's eyes that he wasn't boasting. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll leave everything to you. Afternoon, I'll take care of everything." Luo Tian left Black Wind Cliff. With a rise and fall, he disappeared into the darkness. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure. "Although I don't know who you are, but the help you gave me today, the help you gave Lingling, as long as I return to the position of the head of the House of Bai, I will repay you heavily." After saying that, Bai Qi immediately sat cross-legged and quickly absorbed the Yuan Qi flowing between heaven and earth. Lingyun City. On the street, Luo Tian found a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and started eating. He hadn't had a good meal in a while and was starving. There was going to be a big battle tomorrow. "Have you heard? The House of Bai is going to have a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family." The #1 beauty in Lingyun City, Bai Lingling, returned to the House of Bai alone and even agreed to this marriage. Don't you think it's strange? Doesn't she know that her father has been locked up in the Black Wind cave by Bai Yuan? Damn, how can she not know? It's all over Lingyun City. It's funny to have such an unfilial daughter. Her father is locked up, and she's going to marry that evil young master Oyenyi. What's the point of living in this world? After marrying Oyenyi, she's destined to be a widow for the rest of her life. Oyenyi has been impotent ever since he came back from Wushan Mountain. Who did you hear that from? Changle Courtyard. The top hostess, Miss Yen said that Oyenyi kept her for an entire night. No matter how hard she tried, he couldn't get it up. Bilingualing is such a beauty. Marrying him is the worst thing she's ever done. She might as well let me have some fun. Laughter could be heard in the restaurant from time to time. The topic was all about the changes in the house of Bai and the marriage alliance between Bilingualing and Oyenyi. Luo Tian ate as he listened. When he heard that Oyenyi couldn't get it up, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, "Brat, the next time we meet, I won't destroy your bird. I'll take your life." Thinking about how Oyenyi attracted a large wave of zombies in the ancient cave, Luo Tian's heart burned with anger. He almost died that time. If not for the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet, it would have been difficult. Moreover, if Luo Tian used the Hulk transformation card, he would definitely die on the 3rd level. He had to take revenge. "Brother, can I sit here?" Suddenly, a voice was heard. Both of them raised their heads slightly. That person's expression tensed up, and he immediately laughed. He sat down and said, "Brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. After the Wu Mountain Range, I didn't expect to meet you again in Lingyun City. Luo Tian was slightly startled. The person in front of him was none other than Yang Qi from the Abyss Academy. However, right now, there were not 4 people beside him, but 3. Other than Yang Qi, the other 2 looked sick. They must have been seriously injured. Luo Tian immediately said, "Of course." "Waiter," Luo Tian called out loudly, "give me a few more of your signature dishes." Yang Qi gave Luo Tian a good impression, especially that sentence, "If you come to the Abyss Academy, just report my name." Yang Qi laughed out loud and said, "I thought you were still in the Martial Mountain City and wanted to look for you. I followed you to the Lingyun City, and this time we really have to have a good gathering, you brat. You're not simple." He was very interested in Luo Tian. In a short span of 2 months, he had reached the cultivation level of the 4 symbols stage 7. Moreover, a genius like him, yet he was tested to have a low-grade talent. This must be Luo Tian's deliberate concealment. "Right. Last time, I was busy chasing the big green guy. This time I have time. Brother, since you didn't join any forces, why don't you follow me to the Abyss Academy?" Yang Qi sent out an invitation. Chapter 4. I'm very annoyed today. I have too many stones and might have to undergo surgery. Today is the 4th chapter. Thank you, brother, for your reward. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Chapter 987. Senior brother, we have to ask Master about this. We can't make the decision on our own. A junior brother beside Yang Qi reminded him softly. Yang Qi didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was grateful. Abyss College and Cloud Mist College were at the same level. They were both king forces and extremely powerful existences. Any martial artist who wanted to join, unless he had extraordinary talent or peerless genius, would have to take part in the assessment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter. Yang Qi directly invited Luo Tian, which showed that he valued him very much. He couldn't help but feel touched. Yang Qi invited him even though he knew that his dantian was shattered. It showed that Yang Qi was a good person. However, Luo Tian didn't plan to join any forces yet. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Yang, but I don't want to join any forces yet. Kid!" Before Luo Tian could finish his words, the face of the young man who spoke just now changed, as if he had been greatly insulted. He directly shouted, "Do you really think you're something? Don't you think you're qualified to enter Abyss College with your little cultivation? Senior brother invited you because he thinks highly of you. How dare you refuse? Don't think you're invincible just because you're showing off in Wushan City. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate favors. The other young man also shouted coldly. Yang Qi frowned and shouted, Zhou Tianjun, that's enough. Zhou Tianjun snorted and glanced at Luo Tian with disdain. Senior brother, he's not qualified to enter Abyss College. He's not even qualified to participate in the selection. Yang Qi was unhappy. He glared at Zhou Tianjun and shouted, Are you the senior brother, or am I the senior brother? Do I need you to tell me what to do? If I say he's qualified, then he's qualified. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. He scolded directly. There was a sharp aura in his eyes. Zhou Tianjun was not happy, but he did not dare to say anything. He lowered his head and said, You are my senior brother. I am sorry, I should not have said anything. Yang Qi's gaze turned and fell on Luo Tian. He said, Brother Luo, don't lower yourself to his level. He's always been this straightforward. If you really don't want to enter the Abyss Academy, as long as you agree, I can let you become a student of the Abyss Academy without the need to take the test. His invitation was sincere. Any martial artist who received an invitation from the Abyss Academy would probably agree without even thinking about it. Abyss Academy, the existence of a king's force, was a symbol of status. Once he became a student of the Abyss Academy, no one in the House of Bai would dare to touch him. They would treat him with more respect than they would their ancestors. Luo Tian didn't consider it and said, Thank you, big brother Yang, for your kindness, but I don't want to join for the time being. If one day I want to join a force, I will definitely consider Abyss Academy first. Haha, you have character. Yang Qi was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed and said, Lingyun City has my Abyss Academy's recruitment point. You can sign up at any time. Brother Luo, I really hope to see you at the Abyss Academy. Luo Tian cupped his fists and said, I will definitely see you. He would go to the Abyss Academy. He would definitely go. For the peerless treasure left behind by the Huashan ancestor, he would also go. Yang Qi raised his wine cup and said to Luo Tian, Good, brother's words are enough. I will wait for you at the Abyss Academy. After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. Luo Tian also raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. When the dishes were served, the four of them began to eat. Yang Qi did not talk about inviting Luo Tian to the Abyss Academy. Instead, he talked about what happened in the Wu mountain range. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be a battle of hundreds of people. Dozens of people died. It was all to fight for the big green guy. Moreover, that guy was not here. If he was, they would fight even more fiercely. What shocked Luo Tian was not this. It was that Hulk's bounty had soared to 2 million cultivation coins, and he had become one of the top 10 most wanted people in the Devil Sect. His heart sank. Damn, I must be careful the next time I transform. If I am discovered, I will be hunted down by both the good and the bad. Right. Brother Luo, what are you doing in Lingyun City? Last time you killed a disciple of Lingyun City's House of Bai in Wu Mountain City. Did you get into some trouble? Yang Qi grabbed a roasted chicken in his hand and tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat. If there is anything you can tell me, in Lingyun City, other than a few old guys from Cloud Mist College, I can still cover the sky with one hand. Dealing with the 5 big families of Lingyun City is just a matter of a word. It was not arrogance. It was the truth. Even a student of the Abyss Academy could crush the 5 big families of Lingyun City. He was that strong. Luo Tian immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Yang. Don't worry. I will definitely tell you if there is anything. After listening for half a second, Luo Tian asked again, Does Cloud Mist College also have a branch in Lingyun City? Yang Qi said, Just like our Abyss Academy in the Central Continent, cities like Lingyun City have set up locations for Abyss Academy and Cloud Mist College to recruit disciples. They are also teleportation points. When we go out to do things, we will also use these teleportation points. Otherwise, even if we fly, even if we have flying divine beasts, it will take a few days to rush back to the academy. It is too much of a waste of time. Luo Tian did not know much about the ancient continent. Hearing Yang Qi's words, Luo Tian could not help but think in his heart, if the silly queen wants to go to Cloud Mist College, she will have to teleport back from Lingyun City. I wonder if she has left yet? F*CK. I am asking for trouble. She doesn't even like you, and only treats you as a younger brother. Why are you still thinking about her? Luo Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. The more you want something you can't get, the more you want it. This was a common problem for people. After eating and drinking, Luo Tian wanted to pay, but Yang Qi beat him to it. This made Zhou Tianjun, who was beside him, unhappy. His cold eyes looked down on Luo Tian. Senior brother, why are you so polite to him? You even invited him to a meal. Who does he think he is? That's right. In Lingyun City, people who want to invite us to a meal can line up from the east of the city to the west of the city. It's really annoying to invite him to a meal. What's so great about him? He even rejected senior brother's invitation. I should directly slap him to the ground and see if he dares to be arrogant. The three of them said disdainfully. They were students of Abyss Academy. They would always have superior talent. They were arrogant. They looked down on everything except for Cloud Mist College. Yang Qi's brows furrowed, and his face was filled with displeasure as he said, You can only see what's in front of you, but you can't see his potential at all. His talent is either hidden or has yet to be discovered. Once he unleashes his full potential, any peerless genius or ancient continent's Xiantian genius will be nothing but a bunch of trash in his eyes. Plus, if there are still monthly votes, please help me vote. Thank you. Chapter 988. Luo Tian left the restaurant. He wandered casually on the street. Because he drank a little wine, his mind was thinking nonsense. Thinking of the Tian-Xian continent. Thinking of Li Shuer, who was poisoned. Thinking of the cute and playful in Chun-Chun. Thinking of the fiery and evil poisonous widow. Thinking of them, he looked up at the night sky and sighed in his heart. I really hope to see you guys soon. The antidote of the soul poison, the antidote of the soul poison. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, you've been in the ancient continent for a few months, but you don't even know the antidote of the soul poison. Do you still want your sister Shui? The antidote of the soul poison is your purpose in entering the ancient continent. Don't think about Yi Yunmeng, the Ice Queen. I like you more than her. Luo Tian muttered to himself in his heart. Unknowingly, he walked to the front of an incomparably magnificent building, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Although it was night time, there was an endless stream of martial artists entering and leaving. Luo Tian took a glance and stepped in, thinking to himself, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is a place that sells spiritual herbs and all kinds of precious elixirs. Maybe they have the antidote of the soul poison? Maybe there's also the power of the blood spirit that can unlock the bloodline seal on my body. The first floor of Heavenly Spirit Pavilion was very big. The decoration was very luxurious. There were dozens of windows of various sizes, just like a large hospital. Luo Tian looked around and found a window with fewer people and walked up. Get lost. Are you King Deaf? I told you to get lost. Pa. After he finished speaking, he pulled an old woman to the ground and slapped her. He snorted and said, Don't you see our young Master Deng? You dare to block our young Master Deng's path. Seems like you're tired of living. The old woman, who fell to the ground, trembled. She was in the queue and didn't expect to be pulled down. Not to mention this, the key point was she grabbed a handful of scattered cultivation coins and fell to the ground. The cultivation coins in her hands scattered all over the ground. She was slapped on the face, but she did not care about it. She crawled on the ground to pick up the money and anxiously said, Money, my money, my money. This is the money I used to buy medicine for my son. Profound coins were like coins in his previous life. rolling around everywhere. They scattered all over the ground. The old woman was so anxious that she crawled all over the floor. Ha ha ha! Does it look like an old dog crawling on the ground? Similar, really similar! Ha ha ha! Seeing that the old lady wanted to pick up the mystic coins at his feet, the moment she picked it up, he immediately stepped on it and fiercely twisted it, saying, "Ha ha!" "Scram to the side." "Ah!" the old woman screamed. He could clearly hear the sound of a finger breaking. However, he still held on to the cultivation coin and refused to let go. This was the money needed to save her son's life. If he didn't have a single cultivation coin, he wouldn't be able to buy the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion's elixirs, and he wouldn't be able to save her son. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The young master, surnamed Dang, laughed very happily. Luo Tian, who was at the side, frowned and asked the people around him, "Why isn't anyone from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion doing anything?" Little brother, I can tell that you're not from here, right? Don't you know that the surname of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is Dang? That's the young master of the Dang family who would dare to do anything. No one dared to stand out. In Lingyun City, the Dang family was the strongest and had the largest territory. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion was their family's biggest business. Spirit herbs and elixirs were especially popular. One of the reasons was that the Dang family focused on alchemy. The patriarch, Dang Leigong, was a 5th grade alchemist, the highest grade alchemist in Lingyun City. Moreover, he was once a student of Cloud Mist College. Just based on this point alone, no one in Lingyun City would be able to shake him. "Young master, I heard that the beauty from Cloud Mist College is still here. I received news that she will come to the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion tonight. At that time, the evil man, kicked the old woman away and smiled as he flattered her. Ouch! The old woman screamed in pain a few times. The back of her hand was badly mutilated, but she was still holding the cultivation coin tightly. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at the evil man. She was extremely afraid, and her body was trembling. Her eyes were still looking around to see if she had missed any cultivation coins. "Get out. Damn, old woman, is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion a place for people like you? If our esteemed guest sees you, the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion will be degraded," the evil man shouted arrogantly. He stared at the old woman as if he could eat her up. The old woman's lips were pale and she trembled. "Sir, I just want to buy some elixirs to save my son. I beg you." "Elixirs? You want to buy elixirs?" "Humph. You want to buy elixirs with your little money? What kind of place is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion? Not to mention elixirs, you can't even buy spirit grass. Hurry up and scram. If you dare to appear in front of our young master again, I'll kill you." The evil man shouted angrily again. Dang Weilong smiled in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the evil man's performance. He waved his fan and said, "The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is the most high-end place in Lingyun City. A person like you is completely incompatible with the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion." Suddenly, Luo Tian picked up a cultivation coin at his feet and walked up, saying, "I wonder how high the grade of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is? You're not the only one who sells elixirs in Lingyun City. I'm afraid it's not good for you to do business like this, right?" He walked to the old woman's side and helped her up. He also handed over the cultivation coin in his hand and said, "Auntie, what elixir do you want to buy? I'll buy it for you. Yo, there's still someone who dares to step forward." The evil man first sized up Luo Tian and confirmed that he was not a disciple of the 5 great families. He was not the young master of some noble family in the city. His tone was very arrogant as he sneered and said, "Do you know who opened the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion?" Luo Tian completely ignored him. Without even looking at him, he supported the old woman and said, "Auntie, what elixir do you want?" "You dog, how dare you ignore Lousy? Can't you see that Lousy is talking to you?" The evil man was furious. He slammed his palm towards Luo Tian's back. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to make a sound. They all laughed in their hearts. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Why is he standing up for an old woman? He even offended the Deng clan. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that 1/3 of the territory in Lingyun City is surnamed Deng? I think he's just courting death. Wait for the Deng clan. He can forget about staying in Lingyun City. They all looked at Luo Tian as if they were watching a show. No one thought of stepping forward to help. Seeing the evil man attack, they didn't even think of reminding him. However, at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned around, his arms sank, and without waiting for the evil man to attack, he directly punched out with both fists. Bam! It directly shattered the evil man's chest, and he flew out onto the street, instantly dying. Instant kill. Chapter 989. The surroundings went silent. Was this kid crazy? He dared to attack in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, and he was so fierce. His fist shot out like a cannonball and killed him instantly. Too fierce. For a moment, the people in the hall didn't react. What was going on? Who the hell is this kid? What surprised them the most was that Luo Tian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around to support the old woman and continued to walk forward, saying, "Don't worry, I just killed a dog." This sentence, it completely blew up the surroundings. Is he crazy? He's going to die. I already saw him lying on the ground. Killing someone in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion of the Deng family, and the one he killed was the servant of Deng Weilong, Legong Deng's favorite grandson. Isn't he looking for death? His cultivation is not high, but he's so arrogant. However, this kid is brave and arrogant. Although he was a little reckless, I have to say that he killed well. This kind of dog who bullies others should be killed. It's just that the outer sect doesn't dare to do it, but he did. Good kid, I admire you. Good, ha ha ha. It's good, but look at him. It's as if nothing happened. Kid, you should run. Run as far as you can. You won't have another chance later. The surrounding people were discussing. Even the old lady gratefully advised, "Little brother, thank you for standing up for this old lady. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. The Deng family has many people. They won't let you go." Luo Tian smiled faintly, saying, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll leave after buying the medicine for you." The old woman was even more hurried, saying, "No need. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion doesn't sell. I'll go to another shop. You don't have to buy it here. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about this old woman." The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion had the best medicine. She wanted to give her son the best medicine. That was why she came here. Moreover, only the medicine in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion could barely save her son's life. The medicine sold in the other medicine shops were completely useless. Luo Tian didn't leave. He was very unhappy. How could a person live without a bit of courage? Seeing an auntie being bullied like this, and no one dared to make a move, he couldn't stand it anymore. He was extremely displeased in his heart. Since he was displeased, he would still kill her. Luo Tian helped the old woman to the window and asked, "Auntie, what do you want to buy?" The old woman looked anxious and sighed again and again. She wanted Luo Tian to leave as soon as possible, but Luo Tian refused to leave at all. She regretted coming out at night to buy medicine, but her son's illness was acting up and he was in so much pain that she couldn't do anything about it. Blood spirit powder. The old woman said the name of a spiritual medicine. Luo Tian immediately said, "Give me 10 portions of blood spirit powder." At the window, the young woman stood up and looked at Deng Weilong, who was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. "What are you waiting for?" 10 portions of blood spirit powder. Luo Tian shouted. Deng Weilong took a step forward. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Flames of anger surged as he shouted, "Brat, you killed my people. This father is tired of living." Before his voice faded, Deng Weilong's footsteps moved. With a gust of wind under his feet, a thick aura of the 4 symbols burst out from his body. directly crushing Luo Tian's mind. His fist moved and turned into a black palm, chopping down on Luo Tian's head. Black palm. This is the 9th rank cultivation technique that Deng Leigong learned from Cloud Mist College. Deng Weilong's move is enough to take that brat's life. Sigh. Offending the Deng family for a poor woman, why would he do that? Isn't he making life difficult for himself? The old woman's eyes trembled as she tugged at Luo Tian's clothes and anxiously said, "Little brother, behind, behind," while they were talking. The old woman closed her eyes and didn't care about anything else. She directly bumped into Luo Tian. She felt that she owed him and was grateful to him. She thought that this matter was caused by her, so she would use her life to help Luo Tian block this palm. Humph! Damned old woman, scram to the side. Deng Weilong snorted coldly in disdain, and the aura on his body rushed forward, wanting to shake the old woman away. However, the old woman's body did not move. A force supported her from behind. The old woman did not feel the slightest bit of impact from the force. Instead, she felt indescribably comfortable. Luo Tian moved. Blocking in front of the old woman, he smiled and said, "You can rest at the side first." Finished. Luo Tian's palm suddenly spat out a flame. Divine fire! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The flame directly hit Deng Weilong's palm. The black fiend qi on his palm instantly disappeared, and the black fiend palm was also forced back. Just as he was puzzled, Luo Tian took a step forward, leaned his right shoulder, and directly hit Deng Weilong's chest. Bam! Both of his fists moved and blasted out. Bang, bang. Is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion that great? Is the Deng family that great? A bastard like you can even bully an old man. Your Deng family will be finished in Lingyun City sooner or later. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang. 2 fists connected. The Wolf King's claw attacked. The barbaric charge collided, and then 2 more fists, directly smashing Deng Weilong against the wall. With a raise of his arm, he directly grabbed Deng Weilong's throat and held him in the air. His face was cold, and the corner of his mouth had a grim smile like that of a death god. "Pata! Pata! Da-da-da!" Deng Weilong was so scared that he peed out of his crotch and was dripping onto the ground. His face was extremely pale. Looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, he was like a devil that had walked out of hell. His entire body was trembling, and he was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe. He said with a trembling voice, "Brat, you will die. You will die immediately." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's arm exerted force again and directly shouted, "You really don't want to live?" Killing intent filled the air. Deng Weilong was extremely unwilling in his heart, but he was extremely afraid right now, and said, "Yes, yes, yes." "Very good." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Apologize to Andy for me." "Apologize? I, Deng Weilong, have never apologized to anyone in my life. You want me to apologize to an old woman in the slums, you?" Deng Weilong's face turned ugly. Asking him to apologize was simply humiliating him. Luo Tian's smile became cold. "Not going to apologize, right?" "Pa." With a backhand, he slapped Deng Weilong's face. "Apologize?" "Still not apologizing?" "Pa." Another slap. Without waiting for Deng Weilong to speak, another slap directly. A dozen consecutive slaps made Deng Weilong see stars. His cheeks were swollen high, and several of his front teeth were knocked out. His mouth was full of blood, and he said vaguely, "Apologize, I apologize, don't hit me, I apologize." Luo Tian's arm loosened, and he put down Deng Weilong and said, "If you are not sincere, I will slap the other side of your face. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Sky Spirit Pavilion?" Chapter 990. Uncle! Save me. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked down from the second floor. Seeing the mess on the first floor, he immediately flew into a rage. What made him even angrier was that Deng Weilong was pinned against the wall by a mere four symbols realm cultivator. This was disrespect to the Deng family. Immediately, his footsteps moved. Using expeditious steps, a series of illusions appeared. Like a gust of wind, he walked from the second floor to the first floor. His eyes were like a tiger staring at its prey, staring at Luo Tian. His eyebrows trembled as he faintly said, "Brat, who are you?" Luo Tian did not pay attention to Deng Jintian behind him. His eyes were still staring coldly at Deng Weilong as he said, "I told you to apologize. Did you not hear me?" At first, Deng Weilong was extremely afraid, but now he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. That arrogant, hedonistic, and domineering expression returned to his face. He sneered to the extreme and said, "You dog, your time of death is coming, and you still want to apologize to me? Apologize to an old woman? Who do you think I am? Who do you think she is? Apologize to her? Can she withstand it? And you," Deng Weilong said arrogantly, "you'd better let go of me immediately and kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. I'll get someone to leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll be reduced to ashes, you dog." He was arrogant in Lingyun City, who did not know the strength of the Deng family, daring to make a move in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Wasn't this courting death? At first, Deng Weilong was indeed afraid. He was afraid that Luo Tian would really kill him. But now he was not afraid at all, because he was very clear about his uncle's strength. Dealing with a mere four symbols realm cultivator was easier than crushing an ant. Therefore, he was not afraid. The surrounding people were also whispering, "Deng Jintian, he is Deng Jintian, an expert of the essence condensation realm. He can be ranked in the top 5 of the Deng family. Incredible. Did you see him go downstairs? He's using the 9th tier cultivation technique, phantom steps. His speed is so fast that people can't see him clearly. This brat is definitely going to suffer. Why bother? Offending the Deng family for an old woman he doesn't even know? He won't live to see the sun tomorrow." Everyone whispered to each other. However, less than 3 seconds after Deng Weilong finished his words, Luo Tian suddenly raised his knee and directly hit Deng Weilong's crotch. He roared like thunder and roared, "I told you to apologize to her. Did you King hear me?" The fire was getting bigger. Bang. Ah woo, woo, my. He covered his crotch with both hands, and his body caved in. He was in so much pain that cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole body trembled. "Uncle, kill him. Still King stubborn, huh?" Luo Tian bellowed angrily, and once again his knee fiercely hit the Deng family. "You think the Deng family is so great? You think you can bully others just because you want it? You won't even let an old woman go. Are you still human? Do you really think everyone is afraid of you? I'll CK you." This knee directly broke Deng Weilong's 2 eggs. Deng Weilong was in so much pain that he looked up to the sky with his mouth open. He couldn't even scream and could only swallow dryly. His face was incomparably pale. Presumptuous! Deng Jintian did not expect this. He completely did not expect that Luo Tian would make a move, and in front of his eyes. He did not put him in his eyes at all, and even more so, did not put the Deng family in his eyes. Seeing that Deng Weilong was in so much pain that he could not scream, he moved his feet, just as he was about to rush up and kill Luo Tian with one palm. Luo Tian suddenly grabbed Deng Weilong's throat, turned around abruptly, and stared coldly at Deng Jintian, saying, "Get out of my way!" With a move of his thumb, he grabbed Deng Weilong's throat. As long as he exerted a little force, his neck would be broken by Luo Tian. Deng Jintian's face darkened, and his heart inexplicably trembled. He didn't know why. He looked at Luo Tian's cold eyes, and there was actually a sense of fear in his heart. It was a breakthrough, and he couldn't understand why he was frightened by this martial artist who only wanted to be in the 4 symbols realm. Just that Luo Tian's cold eyes were too cold, just like the Grim Reaper from hell. It made people feel a chill in their hearts. Dang Jintian's body suddenly stopped, and his mind moved to expel the fear in his heart, and said slightly, "Kid, you better let him go, or else your sister." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian directly scolded, "Why is it so difficult to make him apologize? Bullying an old woman. What do you think he is? I can't stand it. This kind of beast shouldn't live in this world." Luo Tian's voice was filled with extreme anger. Looking at the old woman who was curled up and shivering, and her teeth were chattering in fear, the anger in his heart was boiling. "Are you going to apologize or not?" Luo Tian shouted again. His voice was raised. Dang Weilong's courage was almost broken, and he said, Dao, I apologize. I will apologize immediately." The little bird in his crotch was already in extreme pain. If he didn't treat it in time, it would be difficult. Dang Weilong didn't dare to have the slightest bit of anger, and immediately looked at the old woman and said, "Elder, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please ask this big brother to be magnanimous and let me go." The old woman looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Is an apology enough? 10 portions of blood spirit powder, 1 portion less, and you will die here today." Dang Weilong didn't dare to say more. Protecting his little bird, protecting his balls was more important, and immediately roared, "Didn't you hear? 10 portions of blood spirit powder. Do you want me to die?" At the same time as he spoke, Dang Weilong's eyes were filled with hatred. Thick hatred, he said in his heart. "Just you wait, as long as you are still in Lingyun City, as long as you are still alive in this world. I will kill you, I will torture you to death." At the same time, Dang Jintian said slightly, "Do as Weilong says." The Dang brothers were the only child. If something were to happen to him, as the eldest uncle, he would not be able to shirk the responsibility. The most important point was, on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, there was an important guest from Cloud Mist College. If he saw this, it would have a huge impact on the Deng family. He also wanted this matter to end quickly. As long as Luo Tian left the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, he would immediately be a corpse on the streets. 10 portions of blood spirit powder were quickly wrapped up. The old woman trembled as she held it. Looking at Luo Tian, she couldn't even walk steadily and said, "Little brother, it's not worth it for an old woman like me. Hurry up and leave." Sir of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, everything was caused by this old woman. It has nothing to do with this little brother. If you want to kill me, then kill me." The old woman immediately cried. Luo Tian said slightly, "Auntie, you should go and save your son. There's nothing for you here." At this moment, Dang Jintian suddenly spoke. "Shouldn't you let him go?" Chapter 991. Dang Jintian's aura of the essence condensation realm had already been released. The entire hall could feel the strong sense of oppression. Luo Tian was naturally the same. He could feel the dangerous aura from Dang Jintian's body. However, he did not let go, but said, "Let the ant out first." Dang Jintian immediately said, "I promise you I will definitely not hurt her, and after you die, I will not make things difficult for her. You can rest assured about this." The old lady was helped out by a disciple of the Dang family. It was also at this time Dang Jintian shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, today's Heavenly Spirit Pavilion did not take good care of you and closed early. Tomorrow, all the spirit medicines on the 1st floor will be sold at a 20% discount. Go. Selling spirit medicines at a 20% discount. Ha ha ha. Kid, thank you. It's rare for the Deng family to sell spirit medicines at a discount. You've saved us a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up. Wake up early tomorrow. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion will definitely be crowded." A large group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. In less than 10 seconds, Only the disciples of the Deng family and Luo Tian were left on the first floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. "Close the door!" Bang, 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 clang. The door and windows were all closed, and it was even locked. The door was made of a particularly hard wood, and the lock was made of fine steel. Even an expert of the essence condensation realm would not be able to easily cut it. It was already impossible to break through the door and rush out. Deng Jintian said slightly, "I've sent you away. Can you let go now?" "If you let go, I'll let you die with dignity. If you don't let go, I'll make it so that you can't even be a ghost and directly turn into ashes. I'll do what I say." It was a very deep voice. There was killing intent in his voice. Deng Jintian was naturally angry. Deng Weilong said, "I've already let him go, apologized, and given you the spirit medicine. What else do you want? I've done everything you want me to do. If you let go, I promise you that I'll definitely spare your life. Uncle, as long as he lets me go, you'll spare his life." His crotch was swollen. He had to be treated immediately. Otherwise it would be over. "I can't even use a bird for the rest of my life." Deng Jintian frowned as he looked at Deng Weilong's pained expression. "All right, I promise you." Luo Tian looked around. After making sure that the door was locked and the windows were closed, he had nothing to be afraid of. He loosened his grip. In a flash, Deng Weilong fell down and sat on the ground. He quickly scurried to Deng Jintian's side. Two Deng family disciples quickly rushed forward to support him. At this moment, Deng Weilong suddenly roared, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" My uncle killed him, He had been holding it in. Now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in pain. The little bird under his crotch was knocked unconscious by Luo Tian's knee. The thick hatred in his heart burst forth. "Brat, die!" Suddenly, Deng Jintian roared and instantly used the phantom steps. All the aura of the condensing origin realm on the first floor of the hall rushed towards Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. A powerful pressure rushed up. Luo Tian frowned and his body sank slightly. His sea of consciousness began to violently shake. Seeing Deng Jintian rushing towards him with an arrogant killing intent, Luo Tian's arms sank heavily, his essence rolling, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Then, with a thought, he directly controlled the fire Kirin, wanting to summon him over first. It was just that, at this moment, a very powerful voice came over and shouted, "All of you, stop!" One. The sound was like a loud bell that exploded in his mind. Deng Jintian suddenly stopped. His fist was only 1/2 a meter away from Luo Tian. However, he had no choice but to stop because he was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of his father, Deng Leigong. It was the voice of a peak martial void realm cultivator. He had to stop. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness shook violently, as if a huge wave was set off. His mind was like a small wooden boat in the vast sea. It could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. It was very uncomfortable. The only thing he could do was to maintain the strength of his heart. It was also at this moment he stopped the command to summon the fire Kirin. Boom! An old man with white eyebrows stood at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. His face carried an incomparably arrogant, domineering aura, just like the Thunder God. Deng Jintian slightly raised his eyes, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, "Father, this brat killed the people of the Deng family and even injured Weilong's lower body, I'm afraid. Father, even if this brat has 10,000 lives, he must die today. The only child of the Deng family. If he was injured, how could it be? Moreover, more importantly, Luo Tian had caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. If he did not die, where would the Deng family's face be?" Deng Leigong frowned slightly. He glanced at Deng Weilong, who was still screaming in pain, and then looked at Deng Jintian, saying, "Shut up!" As soon as he finished, The wind blew under his feet, and in half a breath's time, he instantly landed on the first floor. He was also using the phantom steps. It was so fast that it was like an illusion. Luo Tian's heart tightened and thought to himself, "Expert, an absolute expert." The aura emitted from Deng Legong's body was extremely dense. This kind of aura was not condensed from the essence, but rather the aura that he had slowly grown over the years. It was extremely powerful. Immediately after, Deng Legong walked to Deng Weilong's side. Deng Weilong immediately screamed in pain and said, "Grandfather, you must use the cruelest method to kill him. It hurts so much, grandfather. Kill this bastard." Not waiting for him to finish, Deng Legong suddenly slapped him hard. "Bastard brat, why aren't you apologizing to him?" Pa. This slap made Deng Weilong see stars, unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Luo Tian was also stunned and secretly said, "What's going on?" Deng Jintian was also stunned and said, "Father, why did you hate Weilong? It's this brat. And you." Not waiting for him to finish, Deng Legong seemed to be extremely angry and shouted in a deep voice, "Usually you are the one who spoils him, allowing him to be lawless, bullying an old man in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Not only do you not care about it, but you also want to hit him. You also apologize to me." He was stunned. What was going on? Deng Jintian's head was full of fog, and he was also a little confused. He looked at his father in a daze, unable to react. Apologize? Give it to him. Father, apologize. Immediately. Deng Legong's anger became even stronger. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 992. Things changed too suddenly. Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment. Seeing the old woman being bullied, he stood out to defend her. When he saw Deng Jintian close the door of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, he wanted to summon the Fire Kirin. If it didn't work, he would transform into Wolverine and see if he could level up. He didn't expect Deng Legong to suddenly appear. He couldn't understand at all. Although Deng Jintian was unwilling and extremely unhappy, he still said to Luo Tian coldly, "I'm sorry." Humph. Is this the tone of an apology? Be more sincere. Deng Legong's anger did not reduce at all. Deng Jintian was even more furious in his heart, but he did not dare to show it in front of his father. Looking at Luo Tian, he was extremely unhappy. He bowed and said heavily, "I'm sorry." Someone apologized. Luo Tian's character was naturally to take advantage of others, no matter what Deng Legong meant. One thing he was very sure of was that someone was helping him behind the scenes. Immediately, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm a great person who doesn't remember the wrongs of a petty person. I forgive you, but you better be careful in the future. Don't show off in front of me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." "You." Deng Jintian wanted to vomit blood, but he was stared back by Deng Legong. His uncle had apologized. No matter how unwilling Deng Weilong was, he did not dare to be rash and immediately said, "I'm sorry." Luo Tian did not even look at him. Deng Legong walked forward and smiled. "Little brother, are you satisfied? If you don't forgive these two bastards, I will immediately take care of them." At this time, Deng Jintian and Deng Weilong were both shocked. They were very clear that Deng Legong always meant what he said. If he said he would get someone to take care of them, he would definitely get someone to take care of them. They were also puzzled. What happened? How could this be? Father wasn't like this in the past. He was extremely protective of his children. No matter how big a mistake the Deng family made, he would always protect Deng Weilong. Why would he be so polite to an outsider? They could not understand. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, old Mr. Deng. I don't have anything to forgive. I just hope that the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion can be more polite to its customers. After all, customers are gods. Although your Heavenly Spirit Pavilion's elixirs are good. If you keep doing business like this for a long time, your business will be ruined. Don't you think so? Right. You're right. I have been negligent. I will definitely discipline him more in the future. Deng Legong was extremely polite. Luo Tian looked at him and thought, who is it? He really wanted to know who was helping him from behind. Who was Deng Legong? Would the strongest person in Lingyun City bow and scrape before him? Moreover, he had injured his grandson. It was already fortunate that he was not torn into pieces. How could he still be so sincere? About that, I'm fine, so you don't have to keep me. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the third floor. He didn't want to stay in Heavenly Spirit Pavilion any longer. Deng Legong immediately said, Someone, open the door for me! Cough, cough. At this moment, a low cough came from the third floor. The voice was a little deep and a little thin, as if it was a woman's pretentious voice. It was also at this time. Deng Legong raised his eyes and immediately said, Wait! Luo Tian's heart trembled, and he became cautious. Then, Deng Legong took out a small red bottle from his bosom and said, Little brother, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion has frightened you. This is a small token of my respect. I hope you will accept it. The red skit was not an ordinary item. It could be considered a fifth-stage spirit treasure. It was used to store some precious elixirs or special items. Luo Tian did not refuse. He took the small bottle and asked, What is this? Deng Legong smiled and said, You'll know when you open it. Luo Tian opened the bottle cap, and a wave of pure and bloody elemental energy rushed out, almost instantly occupying the entire hull. Essence, an incomparably pure elemental energy. Luo Tian's face darkened. Blood spirit power! Father, that's for you to break through to the Grand Yen realm. Deng Jintian said directly. He stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to eat him up. This was the blood spirit energy that was worth millions of cultivation coins. The Deng family had spent a few years before they could afford to buy a 7th level blood spirit energy. Now, seeing his father give it to a stranger who beat up his grandson, how could he bear it? Deng Legong completely ignored him and laughed. The blood spirit power of the stage 7 Tongbi spirit monkey. As expected, Luo Tian's heart sank. He stared at the third floor and shouted, Is it you? Is it really you? Yun Meng. Silly queen. No. After saying that, Luo Tian laughed bitterly and said, I should call you big sister at this moment. Time seemed to have stopped. Deng Legong raised his eyes slightly. Deng Jintian was shocked and thought to himself, Yun Meng? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven? That Yun Meng who is ranked 3rd on the Devil Sex bounty list. Could it be that she is the one who came to Cloud Mist College this time? Shocked. What made him even more shocked was that Luo Tian actually called Yun Meng big sister. Didn't they say that her brother's pubes was crippled? At this moment, Deng Jintian once again noticed Luo Tian's pubes, and his heart sank again. Pubes is broken. How is that possible? His cultivation has reached the 4-symbol stage 7, and there are no signs of weakening. Without a doubt, he can cultivate, but how did he cultivate? There was no sound from the 3rd floor. The last time they parted ways in Marshall Mountain City, Luo Tian had always been thinking about this silly queen who he had seen naked. He did not expect to meet her again in Marshall Mountain City. More importantly, she actually asked Deng Legong to take out his blood spirit power to break through to the Tai Yen realm for him. He was moved and said loudly, I know you're up there. Come out. Let me see you. Yun Meng, come out. Why don't you come out? Why? Since you want to help me, why don't you come out and see me? 3rd floor. Behind the door, there was a face full of tears. Tears kept flowing. She covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry out loud, because she did not want Luo Tian to know that she was crying, did not want Luo Tian to know that she was here, and did not want Luo Tian to see her now. She was no longer the ice beauty from before. She was no longer the #1 beauty of Cloud Mist College. She was no longer the ice queen. Her face, a large black spot appeared on her face, and it was still growing. This was not an illness, but a punishment from Hygia. On the first day she returned to Cloud Mist City, a powerful sorcerer from Hygia had planted the black dragon scorpion king poison on her. This poison would turn her into an extremely ugly woman with black spots all over her body. She did not want Luo Tian to see it. Chapter 993. No one knew that he needed the blood spirit force. Only Yi Yunmeng. Last time at Wushan Mountain. She ignored the danger to search for a rank 7 monster just to help Luo Tian. She failed. She still wanted to help Luo Tian. When Luo Tian entered Lingyun City, Yi Yunmeng found him and immediately found the Deng family. Luo Tian left Tianling Pavilion. With disappointment, he rushed to the 3rd floor of Tianling Pavilion, but there was no sign of Yi Yunmeng. He asked Deng Leigong, but Deng Leigong didn't say a word. He didn't know where Yi Yunmeng went. He just said that there was a place in Lingyun City where Cloud Mist College recruited disciples. Since you want to help me, why don't you come out and see me? Luo Tian walked on the street, a little distracted. He was sure that it was Yi Yunmeng, but she didn't want to see him. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and thought to himself, sigh, is she still treating me as her brother? Is it just to repay me? What on earth are women thinking in their hearts? Very frustrated, Luo Tian almost forgot about Yi Yunmeng, but she suddenly appeared again, immediately evoking his memories, and he felt unusually disappointed. Tianling Pavilion, Deng family. Father, even if that kid is related to Yi Yunmeng, we don't have to give him the long-armed spirit, monkey's blood spirit force, right? You have to know that it took you a few years to gather it, and it was prepared for your breakthrough to the Taiyan realm. Why did you? Deng Jintian couldn't understand. In the room, there were also 4 middle-aged men. They were Deng Leigong's 4 sons. When they heard about this, they also didn't understand. Wasn't it a waste to give it to a 4 symbols rank 7 warrior? Moreover, the brat had injured the people of the Deng family and severely injured Deng Weilong. They didn't even know if that brat was damaged or not. If that was the case, then the Deng family's retreat would be cut off by him. Not killing him was already a blessing from the heavens. They couldn't understand why the blood spirit energy was given to him. Deng Leigong's expression was calm. He stroked his white beard and said, "The blood spirit energy is good, but I know very well that even if I fuse with it, I won't be able to break through to the Grand Yen realm." He was very clear about this. His talent was limited, and even if he had more elixirs, he wouldn't be able to break through. Even so, we can't let that kid get away with it. Exactly. Father, what did that proud daughter of heaven, Yi Yunmeng, say to you? Why did she ask you to give the blood spirit energy to that brat? Deng Leigong smiled faintly and said, "The power of the blood spirit is useless to me. Even if I fuse with it, I won't be able to make a breakthrough. However, this step of mine is very worthwhile because she promised to give us a place in the Deng clan. Direct admission to Cloud Mist College." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them were shocked. What? A place in Cloud Mist College? Father, is what you said true? If that's the case, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Moreover, it's a huge profit. A place in Cloud Mist College costs close to 5 million mystic coins, and you might not be able to get in even if you have the money. Since it's Yi Yunmeng from Cloud Mist College, she must have a way. Compared to the power of the blood spirit, a place in Cloud Mist College was much more important. It was also worth a lot of money. The reason why the Deng clan could rise so quickly and become the #1 clan in Lingyun City in just a few decades was because Deng Leigong was once a graduate of Cloud Mist College. His influence and the things he brought back from Cloud Mist College were very powerful. To a silver organization, a king organization was a realm that they couldn't touch even if they looked up to it. Therefore, Deng Leigong agreed without any hesitation. Deng Legong smiled lightly and said, "With this place, even if I become 100 years old, I won't have to worry about the decline of the Deng clan. With the identity of a student of Cloud Mist College, the Deng clan can still prosper in Lingyun City for another 100 years. I won't have to worry about anything." This was what he thought. It was impossible for the Deng clan to become a gold organization. Moreover, the Deng family didn't have any outstanding disciples. Their 5 sons were all single-mindedly researching and refining pills. Although their only grandson's talent wasn't bad, he only cared about enjoying himself. He didn't want to cultivate at all. Otherwise, with his 4 symbols 8th-tier cultivation base and several high-grade cultivation methods, how could he have lost to Luo Tian? He had to plan for the future of the Deng clan. Immediately, Deng Legong said seriously, Jintian passed down the order. No one in the Deng clan is allowed to seek revenge on that brat. From today onwards, without my orders, Wei Long is not allowed to step out of the Deng clan. It's almost time for Cloud Mist College to recruit disciples. During this time, I have to think of a way to raise Wei Long's cultivation to the condensed essence realm. Yes, sir. I'll pass down the order immediately. Deng Legong didn't want to take revenge. His grandson was beaten to the point where he was almost unconscious. Any grandfather would be furious, but he didn't dare to do anything to Luo Tian right now, because this was related to the matter of the Cloud Mist College's quota. Yi Yunmeng was in charge of this assessment. She had the authority to specially recruit. If she was unhappy, this special recruitment quota would naturally be gone. Luo Tian walked absent-mindedly. He didn't know where to go. After dawn, he would go to the House of Bai. A fierce battle was waiting for him, but he didn't think about the House of Bai at all. Suddenly, the old lady from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion suddenly jumped out and pulled Luo Tian's hand into a dark alley. She anxiously asked, "Little brother, did the people from the Deng clan make things difficult for you?" Luo Tian came back to his senses and said, "And it's you. You didn't make things difficult for me. Don't you see that I'm fine?" The old lady looked at Luo Tian seriously. He really didn't have any injuries, and the stone in her heart was lifted. If Luo Tian died, then she wouldn't forgive herself. She had just returned home and fed her son the blood spirit powder. After her son felt better, she immediately ran to the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. If she had to exchange her life for his, she hoped that she would be the one to die. After all, Luo Tian had killed a member of the Deng clan and even rewarded the young master of the Deng clan. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. It's really good that you're fine." The old woman became excited and silently chanted something in her heart. She thanked the gods in the sky and said, "Little brother, you saved my son's life and also saved my old woman's life. When I came out, my son wanted me to bring you back so that he could thank you back then." No need. Luo Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. The system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the quest. Quest content: follow Grandma Zhang home. Quest level: F. Quest reward: 100 experience points, 10 essence points. Luo Tian was startled. Why did I trigger a quest? Furthermore, it's the lowest level quest I've ever seen. This. Chapter 994. Luo Tian looked at Aunt Zhang's head again, only to see a golden exclamation mark flashing above her head. His heart sank. Could it be the prelude to the hidden quest? He couldn't say for sure. However, since the system had issued a quest, then he would complete it. This would be helpful for future quests. Moreover, Luo Tian was idle right now, so he went to take a look. 100 experience was also experience, and he could get 100 experience by walking a few steps. All right, Auntie Zhang, please lead the way. With a thought, Luo Tian accepted the lowest level mission in history. Aunt Zhang was startled, looked at Luo Tian suspiciously and said, how do you know my surname is Zhang? I was just guessing. Did I really guess it right? Luo Tian pretended to be stupid. Oh, So it's like that. Huh. Don't worry about my surname. You are my savior. You can call me whatever you want. Aunt Zhang was very happy. As she walked forward, she said, My son heard that someone stood up for me in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, so he really wanted to meet you. He even said that it was very rare for someone to stand up for the weak. Little brother, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to buy the blood spirit powder. My son would probably be rolling on the ground in pain right now. Thank you so much. You are really the benefactor of our Lin family. Auntie Zhang thanked her along the way. She also said a few things about her son. His son was born in the ancient continent. Logically speaking, he should be a warrior of the pre-celestial spirit martial realm. However, his cultivation couldn't increase. Every time it increased, it would fall back down. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in his body that could never be filled. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, it was useless. For this reason, he kept risking his life. In the end, his body couldn't bear it, and he fell ill. Even when he fell ill, there was a tyrannical force in his body that was constantly devouring his profound qi. He could only use the blood spirit powder to relieve the pain. However, the price of the blood spirit powder was very high. Relying on his mother's job of washing clothes for others, she could barely buy a little blood spirit powder a month. He would take it when he was in pain. However, he did not know why it suddenly acted up today. The pain was unbearable. Or else, Auntie Zhang would not come out to buy blood spirit powder in the middle of the night. Moreover, the money was borrowed by mortgaging her house. Luo Tian's heart was suddenly touched by the image of a single mother with a sick son living in poverty. It was half an hour away. Luo Tian arrived at a small courtyard in the slums of the southern part of the city. The small courtyard was very clean and spotless. It was just very simple and crude. Auntie Zhang walked into the yard and said, It's a little simple. Do whatever you want. Shortly after, Dong, our benefactor is here. Our benefactor is here. Auntie Zhang hurriedly walked into the room. There was a commotion in the room, followed by a light cough. With the support of his mother, a thin and slightly sickly youth walked out. Looking at Luo Tian in the courtyard, his expression was a little emotional and said, Thank you, thank you, thank you. If not for you, my mother, I really don't know how to thank you. Luo Tian also quickly walked forward, smiled faintly, and said, Seeing injustice on the road, this is what we warriors should do. You don't have to thank me. Those people really deserved a beating. If not, I wouldn't have helped them. Annie Zhang anxiously said, Benefactor, please sit. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward is 100 experience points, 10 essence chi points as a reward. The system sounded out. Luo Tian secretly waited, but after waiting for a few seconds, he realized that the system did not sound out again. He could not help but feel a little disappointed and thought to himself, Looks like I was thinking too much. It's not a chain quest, nor is there a hidden quest. Hidden quests were all powerful and mysterious. It required an extremely high level of luck to trigger them. Just when Luo Tian thought that the quest had been completed, he looked at the top of Annie Zhang's head. There was no exclamation mark or anything like that, but there was a golden exclamation mark above her son's head. Luo Tian frowned and thought, Mission. This mission's level is definitely not low. It was just that, right now he did not trigger it. This was a little strange. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He sat on the stone block, looked at the sickly youth, and asked, When did your illness start? I heard from your mother that there is a mysterious power in your body that is constantly devouring the profound qi in your body. Is that true? Speaking of his illness, the youth sighed and said, The illness started 2 years ago, but the power in my body has always been there since I can remember. These 10 years of cultivation have all been eaten by it. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, I would at least be able to let my mother live a better life. Sigh. Tears appeared at the corner of Annie Zhang's eyes. He choked up a little. Holding his son's hand tightly, he said kindly, As long as you are alive, It doesn't matter if I am a little more tired. Luo Tian was a little moved in his heart and asked, just relying on the blood spirit powder to stop the pain, is there no other medicine that can cure it? Or have you tried any other methods to communicate with the devouring power in your body? Andy Zhang sighed and said, there was once an old gentleman who said that if he wanted to cure the strange disease in his son's body, he would need the power of blood spirit. The power of blood spirit is worth a few million profound coin. Even if I worked like a horse for 10 lifetimes, I wouldn't be able to earn that much. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission content. Help Annie Zhang and her son. Mission level S. Mission reward. Power of spiritual explosion. Heavenly sword. 10,000 experience. 10,000 essence. What? Luo Tian was instantly stunned. Looking at the quest, looking at the quest level, looking at the quest reward. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. He had thought that there would be a hidden quest, but he had never thought that there would be an S-level quest. And even more so, he had never thought that the reward of an S-level quest would be so heaven-defying. Power of spiritual explosion. Unlock the power of the divine *ability Berserk. Heavenly sword. The divine artifact, Heavenly sword from the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber? Does this have to be so King fierce? Could it be the second level system also has the rewards of the novel, just like the draw slash? When Luo Tian saw the 3 words Heavenly Sword, he couldn't help but drool. He had a lecherous look on his face, as if he was in a brothel and saw a large group of naked, beautiful girls throwing flirtatious glances at him. Luo Tian's heart was moved. He was too King moved. Power of spiritual explosion. Heavenly sword, who wouldn't be moved? At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly asked, "What's your name?" He did not think too much about it. The youth replied very seriously, "My name is Lin Dong." The main character of Martial Yin-Yang had appeared. Chapter 995. Lin Dong. The main character of Martial Yin-Yang, Lin Dong? What the *CK Luo Tian was so shocked that he almost pooped his pants. The name Lin Dong was too familiar because he was the main character of Martial Yin-Yang. It was one of Luo Tian's favorite novels. It can't be? Is there really such a thing? It should be someone with the same name. It is normal to have people with the same name in different worlds. No matter what, this is not Lin Dong from Martial Yin-Yang. This is also not the world he is in. Luo Tian was puzzled. However, he had a feeling that the young man in front of him was Lin Dong from Martial Yin-Yang. This feeling came to him. It was as if it was forcing him to believe it. Furthermore, it was an S-level mission. If it was really someone with the same name, how could there be an S-level mission and the reward be so amazing? It made him think that he was the main character of Martial Yin-Yang, Lin Dong. Luo Tian frowned and made a decision. Originally, the blood spirit force was given to him by Yi Yunmeng. She must have reached an agreement with Deng Leigong. Otherwise, Deng Leigong would not give him the blood spirit force that was worth millions. Furthermore, this blood spirit force had a different meaning to Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian was very clear about one thing. This blood spirit force from the long-armed spirit monkey could not break the seal of the 4 mythological beasts in his body. Even if he merged with it, it would be useless. In the end, it would be a waste of this blood spirit force. Thinking of this, Luo Tian sighed and said, "Silly queen, thank you." He owed her. However, Luo Tian made up his mind. He looked at Lin Dong and said, "I happen to have a portion of blood spirit force here." Lin Dong was shocked. His eyes were filled with desire. Auntie Zhang was so excited that she couldn't speak. "Benefactor, can you?" No, we don't have that much money. We can't afford it." Lin Dong's eyes dimmed significantly. With a bitter smile, he said, "Blood spirit energy is an extremely precious item to any practitioner. Since your cultivation is not high, Fusing with this blood spirit energy will definitely allow you to break through a few realms. Everyone knew the use of blood spirit energy. To any martial artist, it was an extremely precious item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth millions of cultivation coins. Luo Tian smiled and said, I can give you the blood spirit energy, but you have to promise me one thing. For me? Lin Dong was stunned. He was completely stunned. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly. All these years he had been unable to cultivate and had been treated as trash. He had endured it for more than 10 years. He thought that he would be like this for the rest of his life. He wanted to become stronger, even in his dreams. He wanted to give his mother a good life. But his body, the strange power in his body, turned him into a cripple. He hated it. He hated it very much, but he didn't give up. He was still working hard to cultivate, wanting to break through the shackles. When he found out that the power in his body could only be undone by the blood spirit energy, his heart died. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Auntie Zhang immediately knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. Benefactor, you are the benefactor of our Lin family. Whatever conditions you have, I will do it, even if I have to be a cow or a horse. If this lifetime isn't enough, I will repay your kindness in my next life. Luo Tian quickly helped Auntie Zhang up. Looking at Lin Dong, he said, My request is very simple. I want you to be my underling from now on. This is my only request. If you agree, I will immediately give you the blood spirit energy. Of course, you can also refuse. Taking in the main character of Martial Yin as his underling? How cool was this? Luo Tian was so excited that he almost suffocated. He thought to himself, Who else is as awesome as me? If I can take Lin Dong as my underling, then there will be Xiao Yan, Qin Yu, Lin Li, and all the other powerful main characters in the novel. If they all become my underlings, then how abnormal would my underling army be? Each and every one of them would be at the martial saint level. There would even be the absolute overlords of the Hongmeng realm. These are all people with limitless potential. If they all become my underlings, then I can do whatever I want. Who would dare to stop me? This idea was just a flash of inspiration. When he said that he would take Lin Dong as his underling, Luo Tian couldn't help but admire himself. He was too damn smart. Lin Dong was stunned. He foolishly looked at Luo Tian. He was still waiting for Luo Tian to continue. But when he heard this, he stopped. He said, Just this condition? This is too simple. My cultivation is already crippled. Even if I were to train now, it would be extremely difficult. I have no value at all. If I become your underling, I will only be a burden to you. Do you want to reconsider? What he said was the truth. He was afraid that he would cause trouble for Luo Tian. Luo Tian lightly smiled and said, Whether you agree or not, you don't need to care about other things. Aunt Zhang immediately smiled and said, Dong-a, nod your head. You must not miss such a good opportunity. Furthermore, your benefactor is not a bad person. He will definitely not harm you. Hurry up and agree. She was anxious. She was afraid that Lin Dong would be hot-headed and refuse. One must know that Lin Dong's character was extremely principled. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian. From the latter's eyes, Lin Dong knew that Luo Tian was not joking with him. Instead, he was seriously speaking to him. Lin Dong nodded and said, I agree. His heart was extremely moved. What was the difference between this condition and giving him the blood spirit force for free? I, Lin Dong, will never forget this kindness. Lin Dong secretly clenched his fists. He secretly swore in his heart, Big brother, from now on, I will do whatever you say. I will block swords for you, take blades for you, and die for you. I will definitely not frown. Luo Tian laughed and happily said, Don't worry, as my underling, if anyone dares to bully you, I will take care of their 18 generations of ancestors. Furthermore, you don't need to worry about your current cultivation. I believe that there is one thing you can do that will make this world tremble. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian took out the small red bottle and said, "This contains the long-armed ape monkey's blood spirit force. Take it." Excited, Lin Dong's hands were trembling. He stretched out his hands and did not dare to accept it. He also did not dare to believe everything that was happening in front of his eyes. It was as if he was dreaming. Aunt Zhang was also excited. She kept thanking him in her heart. "My son finally has hope. Thank you, thank you, thank you." At the same time, Luo Tian was also excited. "Lin Dong has become my underling, ha ha ha. That's too awesome." The moment Lin Dong received the small red bottle, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Wow! Quest completed. Spiritual explosion. Heavenly sword, I'm coming. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. It's the end of the month. Those who have monthly votes, please help me vote. The old cow was extremely grateful. Chapter 996. It was time to be excited. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian became inexplicably excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-level quest. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the quest reward 100000 experience, 10,000 essence chi points, spiritual explosion power, heavenly sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level 4 symbols stage 8. A few notifications sounded in a row. When Luo Tian heard the 3 words heavenly sword, his heart skipped a beat, and he almost instantly opened the system to check. Wow, it really is the heavenly sword. Damn it. This is definitely a holy artifact. It was exactly the same as the heavenly sword in the movie. Luo Tian was once again excited as he thought to himself, "This time it's the heavenly sword. What will it be next time? If it can drop some items from mythical movies, it would be even more amazing." In the heavenly sword and dragon saber, the heavenly sword was too powerful. Item: heavenly sword grade, semi-artifact description. Who can compete with a heavenly sword? Semi-artifact. It's actually not a holy artifact. Luo Tian was a little puzzled, but he was still excited in his heart. He immediately checked the power of the spiritual explosion, and with a thought he said, "Fuse!" He summoned the heaven-melting cauldron. In the skill column, the sacred art berserk directly flew into the heaven-melting cauldron, and then the power of the spiritual explosion was placed inside. Bang, 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 rumble, rumble. The sound continued to explode. The heaven-melting cauldron continued to explode, and the berserk power wreaked havoc, constantly exploding into flames. It also carried the sounds of tens of thousands of people fighting, as well as the roars of the violent King Kong ape, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing a new skill, God's Explosion. Ding! Do you want to cultivate it? Luo Tian was excited. Just hearing this name sounds awesome. God's Explosion. Does that mean that even a god can explode into a mess? Cultivate. I must cultivate. Berserk was already unbelievably awesome. What more godly explosion? The longer the fusion time, the higher the grade of the skill. Half an hour was enough to prove how awesome this skill was. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for exploding. Cultivation method. Divine explosion grade. Divine proficiency. 01000 cooldown. 300 seconds consumption. 1,000 yuan chi description. A level 1 divine explosion can release 4 times the power. All attributes will be increased by 2 times. All skills damage will be increased by 2 times. Physical defense will be increased by 2 times. Luck will be increased by 2 times. Critical rate will be increased by 2 times. Instant kill rate will be increased by 2 times. My God, it really is a godly explosion. The improved Berserk was indeed awesome. Luo Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the skills description. He thought of the fierce battle tomorrow morning and laughed coldly in his heart. House of Bai, right? Just you wait, I'm going to explode. At the same time, Lin Dong and his mother looked at Luo Tian's expression. Sometimes it was excited, sometimes it was sinister, and sometimes it was filled with killing intent. They had no idea what he was thinking. Benefactor, benefactor. You, what's wrong? Aunt Zhang asked carefully. Luo Tian's expression recovered, and he immediately smiled. Auntie, don't call me benefactor, just call me Luo Tian. Little Tian is also fine. Benefactor? To be honest, the two of them were Luo Tian's benefactors. If not for the fact that he was unhappy with Deng Weilong in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion and saved Aunt Zhang. How could there be these things? How could he trigger an S-rank quest? It was even more impossible for him to obtain the Heavenly Sword and the power of Spirit Explosion in the future. This was simply impossible. Luo Tian was extremely grateful in his heart. Apart from these, the biggest gain today was that he had taken in an amazing little brother, Lin Dong. He was even more certain that Lin Dong was the main character in the Marshall Yin Yang novel. His future achievements would definitely shock the world. At the same time, Luo Tian couldn't help but think, since there's Lin Dong, then there'll definitely be Xiaoyan, Lin Li, Qin Yu, Tang San, Luo Feng, Jining. These are all super awesome characters. If I can get them all as my followers, then my future days, would be too damn awesome. At this time, Luo Tian looked at Lin Dong and said, "Hurry up and use the power of the blood spirit. You can communicate with the mysterious energy in your body. I believe it will help you." Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian and nodded his head heavily. He poured the power of the blood spirit into his mouth. A buzzing sound rang out. A blood-colored light burst out from Lin Dong's body and turned into a beam of light. It was like a fountain of blood bursting out from a pool of blood. It directly rushed into the sky and into the dark night sky. The clouds in the sky continuously rotated and churned, and an incomparably powerful force shot down. Lin Dong's body sank, revealing a painful expression. Dong-er. Auntie Zhang's face was filled with shock. She wanted to go forward and support her son. Luo Tian immediately pulled her back and said, "Believe in your son, he can definitely do it." Lin Dong also said solemnly, "Mother, don't worry. Your son can definitely do it. I will definitely step onto the path of martial arts again. I will definitely become strong and let you live a good life." All of a sudden, Lin Dong fiercely raised his head. His two bloodshot eyes stared at the sky and fiercely roared. Come, let me see how strong you are. No matter how strong you are, I will trample you under my feet. Rumble, rumble." The sky was churning, and Lin Dong's body was also churning. A blood-colored rune appeared from the mysterious power in his body, and the rune turned into a pool of blood. The pool of blood continued to expand and continued to erupt in his body's 8 extraordinary meridians. The power was gathering bit by bit. It was abnormally powerful. Lin Dong's face gradually turned rosy. When he felt that powerful force, he was excited, so excited that tears gushed out of his eyes. 13 years, an entire 13 years, I have never felt the origin chi as clearly as I do now. I can feel the power in my body passing by. This feeling is too good, too good. Woo-woo as he spoke. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Lin Dong's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds from the collision of power. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Luo Tian couldn't remember how many times Lin Dong's body rang out. He only knew that the aura released from Lin Dong's body was getting thicker and thicker, slowly suppressing the aura on his body. Moreover, it was constantly emitting rumbling sounds. The blood-colored light beam in the sky carried an endless amount of power, and it was all absorbed by him. Damn, that's way too powerful. Chapter 997. After a full hour, the blood-red light disappeared. The blood pool in his body also slowly disappeared. His cultivation was fixed at a certain place. Level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm. In an hour, he went from level 1 of the Spirit Martial Realm to level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm. What kind of concept was that? Luo Tian couldn't understand. I've always thought that my leveling speed was the fastest, but holy sh*t, I'm only at level 30. How King awesome is that? That's the equivalent of killing a super lord boss at level 1. Luo Tian felt bitter. He was shocked. Level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm in an hour, that was too terrifying. However, he was also very excited. If he didn't have this achievement, then he wouldn't be the Lindong from Martial Yinyang. That's right. This kid must be the Lindong from Martial Yinyang. Ha ha ha. Lindong is my little brother. This time I'm going to be rich. Ha ha ha. Excitement. Unspeakable excitement. Luo Tian was even more excited than Lindong. Lindong's face didn't look sick at all. His body was full of yuan qi. The power in his body was very strong. He clenched his fists, and there was a slight explosion in the air. Power, this is power. Mother, I can train again. Lindong threw himself into his mother's arms, and the two of them cried together. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. Even in his dreams, he didn't think that he would be able to train again, and it was all thanks to one person. Immediately, Lindong looked at Luo Tian and knelt down heavily. To him, Luo Tian was the person who gave him a second chance at life. He said heavily, "Thank you, boss. Thank you. Without you, I, Lindong, would still be struggling at death's door and would still be a loser in the eyes of others." Aunt Zhang wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Dong-er, from today onwards, you are his servant. Everything he says is in order. No matter how high you achieve in the future, you can't forget him." Lindong said, "I know. I will definitely remember it." Luo Tian quickly helped Lindong up and said with a smile, "Don't be a slave. You can call me boss from now on. I believe that one day you will become an expert at the peak of martial arts. My vision is not wrong." This was a must. The night passed in silence. The next morning at the house of Bai, it was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. Ling Yun City's #1 beauty, Bai Lingling, is getting married to the young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Yi. From now on, the house of Bai and the Ouyang family will have a marriage alliance. The alliance between the two families will definitely cause new conflicts in Lingyun City. Among the 5 major families in Lingyun City, the Deng family is the strongest. The Bai and Ouyang families have formed an alliance. The Li and Zhou families are also discussing about forming an alliance. If they don't form an alliance, they will definitely be eaten up. The house of Bai is in turmoil. If Bai Yuan wants to gain a foothold in the house of Bai, he must find a power to rely on. The Ouyang family is a good choice. Bai Yuan is really smart. If he doesn't form an alliance at this juncture, the house of Bai will be eaten up by the other 4 major families. I heard that Ouyang Ye's penis is dying. If Bai Lingling marries him, won't she be a widow? Ha ha ha, what a pity. Her father is locked in the Dark Wind Cave, and she is willing to be a pawn and marry into the Ouyang family. This kind of woman is obviously not a good person. There were all kinds of discussions in the restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street. House of Bai, inner court. In Bai Lingling's room, Bai Lingling looked at herself in the mirror. She looked at the phoenix coronet and robe. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. Her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. "Father, how are you?" "Brother, is Uncle Li willing to help you?" Luo Tian, after returning to the house of Bai, she only said one sentence. "I want to marry Ouyang Yi." After that, she didn't say a word. She sat in her room and didn't sleep for the entire night. She was thinking and worried. She felt like the loneliest person in the world. She wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to. This day was as torturous as 10,000 years to her. In the morning, when she saw a maid carrying the phoenix coronet and robe into the room, her heart tightened. "Miss, it's getting late. Hurry up and put it on. If the master finds out, we will be in trouble again." One of the maids said softly. Bai Lingling was indifferent. She didn't say a word and continued to stare at herself in the mirror. At this moment, Bai Yuan led several elders into the room. He smiled faintly and said, "My good niece, today is your big day. It's also a big day for the House of Bai. Hurry up and dress up. Tomorrow, you will be a member of the Ouyang family. The House of Bai will rely on you in the future." "Ha ha ha, yes. Yes." Bai Lingling turned her head to look at Bai Yuan and said coldly, "I promise you that I will marry Ouyang Yi. But don't forget what you promised me. I want my father alive. I want my father to come out of the dark wind cave." White Ape was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Of course. He's my brother after all. No matter how vicious I am, I won't kill my brother. Don't worry, once you're married, I'll release your father immediately." Bai Lingling turned around and said indifferently, "Wash me up and dress me up." The corner of Bai Yuan's mouth curled up as he laughed. "That's right, that's a good girl. Patriarch, there are a lot of people in the hall. We should go out and greet them." An elder reminded. Bai Yuan glanced at the maid behind Bai Lingling. The servant girl nodded. Then, Bai Yuan walked out of the room. But after he took a few steps, he suddenly returned to the room. He frowned and asked, "Lingling, you really didn't see your big brother Baiing?" Bai Lingling did not move and said, "No." Bai Yuan had some doubts in his heart and secretly said, "This girl can't be plotting something, right? Humph. Even if you are plotting something in front of me, don't think you can do anything. If you don't stop talking, I will kill you. Humph." Bai Yuan's heart hardened. Before dawn, he sent people to search the Wu mountain range. "The people from the Ouyang family are here." An elder hurriedly walked in. Bai Yuan immediately smiled and said, "Let's go to the hall together. Today is my big day, Bai Yuan." Other than the marriage alliance, he also wanted to announce to the public that he was the new patriarch of the House of Bai. In the past, it was only within the House of Bai, and Lingyun City did not recognize it. Now, he wanted to use this opportunity to announce to Lingyun City that he was the leader of the House of Bai. There are so many people. A silver organization is indeed a silver organization. The scene is not ordinary. Suddenly, a man appeared at the entrance of the House of Bai. The man was Luo Tian. Looking at the endless stream of people in the House of Bai, he laughed. "Wow, they're all experience points." Chapter 998. Stop! Suddenly, a disciple of the House of Bai blocked Luo Tian's path and asked, "Please show me your invitation." Invitation? Luo Tian was stunned. He looked around at the people around him. None of them had shown him any invitation. This made him confused, and he said, "Why don't they show me their invitation? Why do I have to show mine?" "It's very simple. Because of your cultivation, because of your clothes. From these 2 points, you need to show me your invitation. Otherwise, you can't enter." The House of Bai disciples' eyes were filled with disdain as he snorted coldly. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 4 symbols realm, not strong. Luo Tian's clothes were very simple, and there were no family or power symbols embroidered on the chest of his clothes. It was obvious that he did not join the 5 great families of Lingyun City, so he did not have the qualifications to enter. "I'm sorry." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "I don't." "Humph. I knew you didn't. This is not a place for trash like you. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll break your dog legs." The disciple of the House of Bai immediately shouted angrily, revealing a superior aura. The House of Bai and the Ouyang family were about to form an alliance. In the future, the House of Bai would be the strongest family in Lingyun City, other than the Deng family. The status of these disciples would naturally be higher, which was why he was so arrogant. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he sneered. I don't have an invitation, but I do have this. What do you have? Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian smiled and said, Have you seen a fist the size of a casserole before? Bam! A punch was thrown out. It directly hit his mouth. Boom! His entire body flew into the courtyard, flew more than 10 meters away, and crashed into the rockery in the middle of the courtyard. His head was bleeding, and he died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, the system sounded out. Luo Tian rubbed his fists and sneered, This is much more useful than an invitation. Murder. Who is so bold as to kill someone in the house of Bai? Do you want to die? In the hall, Bai Yuan was giving a passionate speech. Just as he was about to announce to the people in the hall that he was the new head of the house of Bai, a disciple hurriedly ran into the hall and said, Reporting to the head of the house of Bai, someone has charged in. What? Who dared to kill someone in my house of Bai? I think he's tired of living. Great, he dares to cause trouble on my house of Bai's big day. Today, I'll let him see the power of the house of Bai. Inside the hall, several elders of the house of Bai suddenly stood up, their faces filled with killing intent. Bai Yuan's brows sank. He slowly stood up and walked outside. Looking at Luo Tian standing in the courtyard, he asked in a low voice, Little brother, has my house of Bai done anything to offend you? Luo Tian shook his head and said, Towards me? I don't think so. Bai Yuan immediately became angry. Then why did you kill a disciple of my house of Bai? Luo Tian smiled and said, There's no reason. I just didn't like him. So I killed him. Oh, right. I don't like you either. Ha ha ha. If you don't like the head of the house of Bai, are you going to kill him too? Ha ha ha. A brat of the four symbols realm dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a youth walked out of the hall. Ouyang. His gaze changed as he walked to Bai Yuan's side. He looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, Since you didn't die. He didn't die even after being surrounded by so many zombies? How was this possible? He had never seen Luo Tian's true appearance, but from his body, he was very clear that he was the man in the ancient cave. When Luo Tian saw Ouyang, his killing intent immediately burst out uncontrollably. He laughed coldly and said, We meet again. Humph, you dog. So many zombies didn't kill you last time. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Ouyang was extremely furious. When he thought about how the little bird under his crotch would never rise, the anger in his heart erupted crazily. Men, kill him for me. Ouyang shouted angrily. An old man walked to Ouyang's side and said softly, Young master, this is the house of Bai, and the head of the family said, without waiting for him to finish, Ouyang suddenly shouted, I want you to kill him, then kill him. What nonsense is this? The old man's face changed slightly and immediately shouted, Yes, sir. Bai Yuan said slightly, Since this kid has a grudge with Lil, then the house of Bai can't sit idly by. Leave this kid to us. Little Yi, how do you want him to die? Ouyang smiled coldly and said, Cut off his lower body and destroy his cultivation. Then, I want to kill him with 1,000 cuts. I want to kill him in the cruelest way in the world. Just how much hatred was there between them? Bai Yuan smiled faintly and said, No problem. Bai Shan, I'll leave it to you. Do as Little Yi said. Destroy this kid's cultivation first. Yes, sir. Bai Shan walked out. At this time, the bride is here. On the way to the inner courtyard, Bai Lingling was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe with the help of 2 maids. There was a trace of worry on her face, making her look even more delicate and pitiful. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. So all eyes were on her. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and anticipation as she glanced at the courtyard. Suddenly, she stopped and bit her lip. Tears streamed down her face. Others didn't know, but Ouyang was very clear. Ah, teeth grinding, Yang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed out and said in a deep voice, "A pair of dogs, I'll fulfill your wish today." While talking, he had already come to Bai Lingling's side and grabbed her throat, saying, "You like him, don't you?" "He likes you too, doesn't he?" "Good, good, good. Bai Lingling, you are my Yang Ye's woman, now and in the future. Even if you become a ghost, you are my Yang Ye's woman. If you want to be with him, don't even dream about it in this lifetime." Finished. Yang Yi looked at Luo Tian and laughed coldly, saying, "You came for her, right? Ha! You want to be a hero and save the beauty? You dog, this is not Wu Mountain, this is Lingyun City. This is my Yang Ye's territory." Pa! Suddenly, Yang Yi slapped down. The slap landed on Bai Lingling's face, directly slapping Bai Lingling to the ground. Yang Ye's face was full of malevolence and said, "Ha ha ha! Are you satisfied? Is it satisfying to see your beloved woman being beaten?" Luo Tian's eyes darkened. Killing intent surged out. He looked at Yang Yi and said word by word, "From the moment you lured the zombie to my side, I swore to myself that the next time I see you it will be your death. In my eyes, you are already dead." Today he returned home after a day's ride, and tomorrow at 6 o'clock he would have to take a ride to the city hospital to prepare for the operation. The old cow will try her best to update every day. I also hope that the brothers will support me more. At the end of the month, I hope that the brothers will protect the old cow's chrysanthemum. Chapter 999. When he was in the ancient cave, Luo Tian had secretly vowed that the next time he saw Yang Yi, he would definitely kill him. This was not a game. This was the real world. If he died, there would be nothing left. When playing games, what Luo Tian hated the most was to meet other players who inexplicably attracted countless monsters, causing him to die in a group of monsters. Towards this kind of person, he had always had one method, which was to remember the player's name, then chase after him, and kill him back to the novice village. It was that simple. If it was like this in the game, then in the real world, Luo Tian would definitely not let it go. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet last time, he would have really died inside. If he didn't take revenge for this, then what was the point of living? Now, Yang Yi had once again touched his reverse scale. Bai Lingling, looking at the blood flowing out from the corner of Bai Lingling's mouth, he was even more certain that Yang Yi had to die. As soon as he said that, Yang Yi laughed out loud. "I'm a dead man? I'm a dead man? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is? I'm a dead man? You dog. Today I will end your life in the cruelest way." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Ding! Target locked. The moment the system sounded out, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, nor did he stop at all. His gaze tightened, and he said, "Don't King bullshit. Go straight to hell for me. Divine fire. Kill." At this moment, Luo Tian also secretly roared in his heart, "Divine fire, if you don't King kill me this time, I will King kill all 18 generations of my ancestors." There was no time like this where he needed an instant kill. Luo Tian was really angry. When Yang Yi saw the flame shoot out from Luo Tian's palm, he frowned and laughed ferociously. "Dog, it seems like you still don't know where this is, and you still don't know who I am. You actually dare to attack me. Just a small flame with your trash cultivation. You want to sneak attack me? Humph. Yang Lai, kill him for me." The old man from before suddenly moved. The expression in his eyes changed. He could feel that this flame was different from the ordinary flame attacks in the past. It carried a trace of power that even he was afraid of. Immediately after, he quickly used his movement technique. He didn't attack Luo Tian like before, but blocked in front of Yang Yi. He coldly looked at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "Young master, be careful." "Careful?" Yang Yi immediately became angry and scolded. "Yang Lai, what did you say? Tell me to be careful. Be careful of what? Don't tell me you're afraid of a trash of the Four Symbols realm?" The Ouyang family has raised you for decades in vain. You can't even deal with the trash? Go! Why are you blocking in front of me? Can his trash fire attribute technique hurt me? Ouyang Yi was extremely angry. The angrier he was, the more pain he felt in his lower body. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He wanted to chop him into mincemeat and let him turn into ashes. Ouyang Li's gaze tightened. Although he was unhappy, he still didn't attack. Based on his many years of experience, this flame wasn't that simple. As expected, the flame shot out in a straight line and suddenly turned into a curve in front of Ouyang Yi, bypassing him and flying towards Ouyang Yi, who was behind him. Everyone was shocked. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen this kind of technique before. It can actually turn. So what if it turns? This kind of low-level fire attribute technique, no matter how powerful it is, it can't hurt young Master Ouyang Yi. His cultivation is at the four symbols realm. The power of this brat's cultivation can't hurt him at all. That's right, the difference in realm determines the attack power. Even if he cultivates a 9-tier technique, it can't cause any damage. This brat is really overestimating himself. He even dares to attack the young master of the Ouyang family. This is simply courting death. Discussions broke out around them. All of them looked at Luo Tian with contempt. In their eyes, Luo Tian would become a corpse in a few seconds. Even if Ouyang Li didn't attack, the house of Bai would. Today was the house of Bai's big day. Bai Yuan definitely wouldn't let anyone ruin it, let alone let anyone hurt Ouyang Yi. If he was injured, the Ouyang family would definitely be furious. The marriage alliance would probably be delayed. At that time, it would be impossible for Bai Yuan to stabilize the house of Bai. Immediately, at this moment, Bai Yuan's brows sank. He secretly said, Ouyang, you must not be harmed. Bai Shan, protect Ouyang Yi. Yes, Bai Shan, who was at the condensing realm, suddenly rushed out. His target wasn't Luo Tian, but that ball of flame. The long sword moved. It transformed into sword flowers that filled the sky. With a move of the sword intent, a powerful force of Vajra's body crushed forward. Vajra sword art. The first person in the house of Bai to cultivate the Vajra sword art. The sword hasn't moved, but the power of the Vajra has already moved. What a strong power! The power of this Vajra sword art is too powerful. This time, that ball of flame will be instantly defeated. This kind of low-level fire attribute cultivation technique is simply unable to withstand the impact of the Vajra sword art. Sigh, this brat is going to suffer. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ouyang Yi laughed arrogantly and said, Did you see that? Lingyun City is my territory. I can easily kill you with a flick of my finger. You think a piece of trash like you can sneak attack me? Humph. Stop dreaming. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a deathly smile, and said, You're going to die. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, Bai Shan's sword Qi shattered the flame, turning it into countless small flames. Sure enough, it's impossible to withstand the crushing power of the Vajra sword art. After all, it's Bai Shan. The cultivation of the 6th level of the essence condensation realm is not for nothing. Although he is not the strongest person in the house of Bai, the Vajra sword art that he cultivates is indeed the strongest. Everyone revealed a faint smile, because everyone knew that this small flame would be crushed by Bai Shan. Ouyang Yi saw this situation. He couldn't help but laugh. He pulled Bai Lingling into his embrace with one hand and sneered sinisterly. Did you see that? Did you see that? Even this brat wants to kill me? Ha ha ha. Is there shit in his head? Who can kill me in Lingyun City? Bai Lingling's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at Luo Tian's confident eyes and laughed. You're going to die! Die. I'll die. You smelly bitch, will I die? Ouyang Yi roared angrily. At this moment, Bai Shan's face darkened, and he suddenly shouted, Be careful! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The small flames gathered again and turned into the original big flames. Recombination in an instant. The power did not decrease. The speed did not decrease. The target did not decrease. Ouyang Ye's expression changed, and he immediately hid behind Bai Lingling and said arrogantly, "If anyone is going to die, it's her." After finishing all kinds of checks today, he found some time in the afternoon to write a chapter. He would find time to write it in the evening. Brothers, Old Cow really needs monthly votes. Those who have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. Thank you very much. Chapter 1000. A Ray of Divine Fire. Incomparably amazing. The target was locked on and could not be changed. Even Luo Tian himself could not change it. Even if Ouyang Yi hid in hell, once the divine fire came out, it would be able to track him even if he was 10 directions away. That was why it was so powerful. When Ouyang Yi pushed Bai Lingling to the front and hid behind her, Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling, smiled softly, and said, "I'm here, don't be afraid." This sentence, Bai Lingling, seemed to be filled with strength. With a faint smile, 2 small dimples were revealed. On her face, there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. She obediently nodded her head, like an obedient little woman. With a coquettish voice, she said, "And I'm not afraid." At this moment, the divine fire inexplicably disappeared. Then it mysteriously appeared again. It appeared behind Ouyang Yi. "Be careful." "Young master, little Yi. F***CK. You must kill him in seconds." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The divine fire hit the back of Ouyang Yi's head. Ouyang Yi suddenly stood up, his face extremely ferocious, staring fiercely at Luo Tian, and said, "So what if you hit me? Can this kind of injury kill me?" Before he could finish, suddenly, Ouyang Yi's body began to tremble. His face began to turn pale, and then cracks appeared on his face. Flames flashed from the cracks, and the clothes on his body were burned away. From his face to his entire body, his skin was cut off piece by piece, cracking like a dried-up rice field. Save me. I don't want to die." He was afraid. At the last moment, the little bird under his crotch directly peed out. He pissed his pants in front of everyone. Ouyang Yi rushed forward. Bai Yuan, Bai Shan, and a few elders from the house of Bai also rushed forward. Ouyang Yi's identity was too special. He was the only son of the head of the Ouyang family. If he died in the house of Bai, not to mention the alliance, but also the house of Bai. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ouyang Yi's body suddenly exploded. His body turned into black powder and fell from the sky bit by bit, turning into a pile of black soil. The black soil was sticky, wet from his own urine. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ouyang. Obtained 2400 experience, 500 primordial energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 5 origin energy pills. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. The entire house of Bai was so quiet that it was frightening. One could even hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Tian. A gust of wind blew past, and Ouyang Yi, who had been burnt to ashes, was blown away. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Oh." This time he really turned into ashes. Luo Tian's words broke the silence. Ouyang Li's voice trembled with endless anger. Brat, I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're doing here. Now, immediately you will die." Bai Yuan was even more furious. His face was filled with anger, and smoke was about to come out of the top of his head. Staring at Luo Tian, he wanted nothing more than to swallow Luo Tian alive. Ouyang Yi was dead. The marriage alliance was gone. The house of Bai was going to be isolated. More importantly, in the past, he only needed to defend against the attacks of the Li and Zhou families. Now that Ouyang Yi had died in the house of Bai, Ouyang Leiting would definitely be angry. With the 3 families working together, the house of Bai would be gone, and it would disappear from Lingyun City forever. Immediately, Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. At this time, if he didn't do anything, he was afraid that the Ouyang family would be even more dissatisfied. His voice was filled with respect as he said, "Brother Lai, little you got into trouble in the house of Bai. This brat should be dealt with by us. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. I will use 10 times the cruelty to kill him, and let him be buried with little Yi. Bai Shan, shave off all his flesh and blood. Don't let him die. I want him to live and watch his flesh and blood fly away piece by piece." He hated, incomparable hatred. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, your sister. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you provoke me, you will die." Luo Tian didn't wait for Bai Yuan to finish speaking. His tone was extremely arrogant. He stared directly at Bai Yuan, smiled coldly, and said, "Bai Lingling was beaten up. As the head of the family, you didn't blame her. You didn't even say a word of concern. That's fine. But you actually side with an outsider and lower your head. Is the Ouyang family your ancestors? Bai Yuan, do you think you are qualified to be the boss of the House of Bai?" Suddenly, Luo Tian questioned. These words made the people of the House of Bai suddenly quiet down. Indeed, Luo Tian's words were reasonable. After all, Bai Lingling was a member of the House of Bai. She hadn't even been married yet, but she had been slapped in the face in front of the entire Soaring Cloud City and spat out blood. Even if everyone knew that Bai Lingling was a pawn, they still felt a little unhappy. Bai Yuan sneered, stepped forward, and said, "It seems that you are here for me today?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "You guessed right. I am here today to F***CK up 18 generations of your ancestors. Master, it's said that 18 generations of his ancestors are also 18 generations of his ancestors. Can't you F***CK up 17 generations less? Just F***CK him alone is enough." At this time, Bai Xiong in disguise walked out from the crowd. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened as he recognized Bai Xiong. He was slightly surprised and said, "You're not dead." Bai Xiong revealed his true face and said with a smile, "I'm not dead. You must be very surprised, right? Let me tell you something even more shocking. Your son Bai Ying is dead." As soon as his voice fell, Bai Xiong's eyes turned cold as he stared coldly at Bai Shan. He smiled and said, "Uncle Bai Shan, let me tell you something too. The disciples of the house of Bai that you left in Wushan City are all dead." "Oh, right. I forgot to introduce them to you. He is my master. His name is Luo Tian." Bai Yuan looked at Luo Tian. Bai Shan also looked at Luo Tian. They didn't know who Luo Tian was. They only felt that this name was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it recently. Immediately, Bai Shan's eyes were shocked. He looked at Luo Tian again and said, "You are the Luo Tian who destroyed the Tianyu sect? The boy protected by Dongfang Shuo?" He remembered. But Luo Tian alone could kill more than 50 elite disciples of the House of Bai in Wushan City. Even with Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling, they were no match for him. It was absolutely impossible. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Since he wanted to show off, he might as well show off. He said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you, except for the Tianyu sect, I killed all the leaders of the other 12 sects in Wushan City. From now on, Wushan City is my territory. Also, your son died in my hands. How is it? Is it good?" "Good, good, good. If that's the case, then all the more reason for you to die." Angry. Bai Yuan was angry. The aura of the martial void realm burst out and was unusually strong. Chapter 2 delivered. Old Nyo begs for monthly votes. Chapter 1001. Everyone in the house of Bai was shocked. Once again, the courtyard was filled with people with status in Lingyun City, and all of them were shocked. They all looked at Luo Tian in shock. Martial Mountain City was destroyed by him. How was this possible? Moreover, it was destroyed in the presence of so many elite disciples in the House of Bai. At this moment, Bai Yuan's eyes spat out flames. His son's death made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He gritted his teeth and his face darkened again and again. Anger and killing intent intertwined and burst out crazily. Just the aura alone was enough to force the people around him to retreat. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Luo Tian's mind sank. He felt the dense aura from Bai Yuan's body crushing down, and his sea of consciousness began to tremble. Pressure. It's the asterisk pressure again. I hate this kind of pressure the most. However, while enduring the pressure released from Bai Yuan's body, Luo Tian laughed. He laughed excitedly. He laughed sinisterly, because there was a change in Bai Yuan's body. Luo Tian's body shone with a golden light. Without a doubt, he had become a boss. A very powerful boss. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would trigger the system reward. Luo Tian's heart was filled with shock. Explode. He had to explode. This was the only thing Luo Tian wanted to do. However, he was very clear that his cultivation was no match for Bai Yuan. He needed help. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, he thought to himself, it should be about time. Why isn't he here yet? It was almost noon. It was almost time for Bai Qi to appear. Logically speaking, he should have appeared. Luo Tian did not think too much about it. He did not have the time to think about these things. The white ape took a step forward. Bai Shan was one step ahead of him. He walked out and said, Patriarch, there is no need for you to personally deal with him. I will do it. I am responsible for Bai Ying's death. I will definitely make this brat regret being born into this world. Finished. Bai Shan swung his sword and attacked. The crowd quickly dispersed. A huge encirclement appeared in the courtyard. Bai Xiong stood beside Luo Tian and looked in a certain direction. He frowned and said, Master, let me help you. Luo Tian exhaled and said, No need, I just happen to want to experience his Vajra sword technique. Master, your cultivation is no match for him. Bai Xiong said anxiously, No matter what, the 4 divisions martial artist was no match for the essence condensation martial artist. The difference in strength between the two was too great. This was something that even a 3-year-old child would know. Luo Tian actually insisted on a one-on-one duel. Is there something wrong with his brain? It wasn't that. In addition to wanting to experience Bai Shan's Vajra sword technique, Luo Tian also wanted to find someone to practice with. He wanted to try the power of the heavenly sword and the power of the divine explosion. Without a doubt, Bai Shan was a very good choice. Bai Xiong didn't understand. However, he knew that once Luo Tian decided on something, he would never change his mind. Master, be careful, Bai Xiong reminded, and then looked at Bai Shan with a cold smile. You traitor, my father treats you like a brother, but you treat him like this. Just you wait. My father is already on his way back. I want to see how you will face him. Bai Shan smiled coldly and said, You want to come out after entering the Dark Wind Cave? So what if you come out? I forgot to tell you, the profound Yin crystal that your sister gave me has already turned into powder. Even if he appears in front of me, I can make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one sword. Bai Lingling's face changed greatly. Bai Xiong was the same. They forgot that without the profound Yin crystal, they couldn't detoxify the fierce yang poison in their father's body. The 2 siblings looked at Luo Tian at the same time. Luo Tian didn't look at them, but slowly calmed down. His heart was completely calm. He wanted to throw himself into it. He wanted to deal with Bai Shan. The moment Bai Shan finished speaking, Luo Tian slightly said, Don't talk nonsense. Don't you want to kill me? Come on now. He adjusted his state of mind to the best state. Bai Shan's eyes were cold. Glancing at Bai Xiong and his sister, he snorted and said, Let me deal with this trash first, then kill you 2 bastards. Before he finished speaking, Bai Shan's feet were like the wind. His steps were like a ghost, directly attacking Luo Tian. His sword moved, and a Vajra force had already crushed forward. with the incomparably vigorous power of a 6th-level condensing essence. Buzz! Luo Tian's body sank. Vajra force? His body trembled slightly. A powerful force pressed down on his body, as if a giant ape was pressing down on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Huff! Luo Tian gently exhaled. Didn't you want to experience my Vajra sword technique? Now that you're crushed by the Vajra force, why can't you even move? Humph! You dare to be arrogant in front of me. A trash like you dares to be presumptuous in the house of Bai. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think this is still the lower plane you came from? Today, I'll let you know what the power of the ancient world is. Bai Shan shouted in a deep voice. His sword suddenly sped up, transforming into dozens of sword flowers that completely surrounded Luo Tian. He wanted to cut off Luo Tian's flesh and blood piece by piece. He wanted to let him suffer the pain of flesh and blood being separated. He's going to die. This kid is going to die. I didn't expect Bai Shan to explode with all his strength. It can be seen that he's really angry. Sigh, does this kid really think that this is a low-level realm? In the ancient world, the laws of space are ever-changing. Even the most ordinary cultivator is 100 times more powerful than the strongest cultivator in a low-level realm. He wants to challenge Bai Shan? One-on-one? He's not afraid of laughing his head off. Elder Bai, kill him. Bai Shan, kill him. This kid must die. There was a lot of discussion around. The disciples of the house of Bai looked as if Luo Tian had raped their mother without paying. They all looked as if they had a deep hatred and couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Huff! 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 Luo Tian was still breathing. Breathing in and out, his chest rose and fell. He was regulating his breathing. He was regulating his and Heavenly Sword's synchronized breathing. At this moment, he entered a kind of selfless world, entering the world of sword intent where Heavenly Sword was. At the peak of this world of sword intent, there stood a sword flickering with an incomparably intense cold light. It was filled with loneliness and loneliness. Because invincibility. Invincibility was lonely, lonely. When Bai Shan's sword was only a few centimeters away from him, when others thought that he would definitely die, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes and smiled gently. Heavenly Sword, it's time for you to explode. Let the swordsmen of this world tremble for you. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Can I ask for another monthly ticket? Just one ticket is enough. Chapter 1002. Once Heavenly Sword appeared, who could compete against him? I will use the Vajra sword technique to break your Vajra sword technique. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian suddenly moved, pulling out the Heavenly Sword and displaying the Vajra sword technique. In that instant, an extremely ferocious force shot out from the Heavenly Sword. Clang! Flames flew everywhere. Kacha! Clang! The long sword in Bai Shan's hand immediately broke, and the moment the two swords touched, he suddenly felt a strong force rush into his body from his sword. His heart sank, and a strong force pressed down on his shoulder. He was very familiar with this kind of power, the power of Vajra. Moreover, the moment Luo Tian attacked, he knew that Luo Tian had also used the Vajra sword technique. This set of sword techniques in the house of Bai could only be cultivated by the direct descendants of the house of Bai. Disciples with different surnames and disciples of other families in Lingyun City could not cultivate it at all. How did he cultivate it? Before he could figure out the answer to this question, Guruyun had already made up her mind. The web between his thumb and index finger shook, and the long sword broke. Bai Shan's heart turned cold, and he was forced to gasp for breath by the Heavenly Sword's sword edge. His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and with a step forward he fiercely retreated and said solemnly, "How do you know the Vajra sword technique?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's footsteps moved. Locking onto Bai Shan, he shouted, "Barbaric charge!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A series of illusions behind him directly rushed towards Baishan. King Kong shakes the earth. Violent sword. Luo Tian did not wait for Baishan to stabilize his body. Relying on the speed of the barbaric charge, the heavenly sword fiercely thrusted forward. Wung, wung, wung. The continuous buzzing of the sword was extremely ear-piercing and unbearable. Bai Shan's face turned pale in an instant. His eyes stared at the heavenly sword that was thrusting towards him, and he actually did not know how to dodge it. The heavenly sword's edge was too strong. Even if he was at the 6th level of the spirit condensation realm, he was still being crushed. It was as if he was completely shrouded in a brutal sword intent. If he moved, he would be doomed eternally. His heart was in a bad mood, but there was nothing he could do. Die. Chi! The heavenly sword pierced through Bai Shan's chest. Puchi! Blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't even breathe. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian's sword. How could this be? Even if he's learned the Vajra swordsmanship, he's still no match for Bai Shan. Now, why do I feel like Bai Shan is no match for him at all? He can't even dodge this attack. Who in the house of Bai knows the Vajra swordsmanship better than him? That's not right. Look at the sword in that kid's hand. Sword. This sword. My God, this sword is definitely not an ordinary item. It's definitely at the level of a spiritual weapon. How could he have such a spiritual treasure? This sword is completely crushing Bai Shan. The power of this sword is too strong. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand. At this moment, many people revealed greedy gazes. Even Bai Yuan was the same. His eyes slightly tightened as he stared at the heavenly sword and thought to himself, good sword, I have never seen such a good sword. Ouyang Yi is dead. It's impossible to form a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family. If I can get this sword, even if I have to face Deng Leigong, I won't be afraid. Maybe. This is my chance. Many people had their eyes on the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Since this good thing appeared in the hands of Luo Tian, who had no power and was only at the 4 symbols realm, then this was an excellent opportunity. The power of the heavenly sword had been fully displayed. They all knew that if they obtained this sword, their strength would increase by several realms. Who wouldn't want this kind of spiritual treasure? Luo Tian didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. In his eyes, there was only Bai Shan. Luo Tian's sword pierced through Luo Tian's chest, but he didn't die immediately. Luo Tian leaned forward and shouted, "Ungrateful bastard, die for me!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful force burst out from his body. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he charged at Bai Shan. Bai Shan's chest was in unbearable pain. Looking at Luo Tian, the corner of his mouth laughed coldly and said, "The sword is mine, brat. The one who will die is you. Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, Bai Shan moved his fists. At this time, the heavenly sword had already pierced through, leaving only the sword hilt outside. Luo Tian held the sword hilt with both hands and pushed fiercely, but this kind of damage was not enough to take Bai Shan's life. "Master, be careful." Luo Tian, Bai Shan's fists formed into palms, a flame and a frost, and directly blasted towards Luo Tian's chest. He laughed sinisterly. "Brat, this kind of good sword in your hands is a complete waste of heaven's gift. How can a trash like you have the qualifications to own it?" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bai Shan suddenly stabilized his body and pushed with both palms. Luo Tian didn't have time to react at all. His abdomen directly caved in, and his entire body trembled in pain. His body was like a ball of ice, and a ball of flame was crazily raging, constantly destroying his body's functions. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and did not let go. Instead, he exerted force again. Bai Shan also retreated for a while. Blood kept flowing out of his chest, and the pain was unbearable. But right now he couldn't hesitate at all. At this time, whoever let go would lose. The sword was already on him, and as long as he killed Luo Tian, this treasure sword would be his, and no one would be able to snatch it from him. Thinking of this, Bai Shan said fiercely, "You want to risk your life with me? Humph! I'd like to see how many ice flame palms you can withstand. Ice flame palm, charge for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." 2 palms rushed out and struck Luo Tian's chest. His chest felt like it was about to split open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still did not let go. Instead, he laughed arrogantly and said, "Bai Shan, is that all you have? Too weak. You don't even have the strength to scratch an itch for me." After the cooldown of Barbaric Charge ended, Luo Tian instantly used it. Barbaric Charge! Ice Flame Palm. Barbaric Charge. Ice Flame Palm. Bombardment after bombardment. Again and again they collided. Luo Tian continuously spat out blood, and at the same time he also continuously made Bai Shan spit out blood. One of his arms was almost numb, but neither of them let go. Whoever let go would be instantly killed, and Luo Tian couldn't pull out the heavenly sword. He didn't have the time. However, from the very beginning he had planned. Right now, Bai Shan was only half a meter away from the wall behind him. This was Luo Tian's plan. Bai Shan's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and his face was also extremely pale. He stared at Luo Tian and said with a disdainful sneer, "One more palm and you'll die. I'll see how you can continue to be so arrogant." Ice Flame Palm. Barbaric Charge. The 2 of them released their cultivation techniques at almost the same time. Bang! Bai Shan's body crashed into the wall. Luo Tian's hand moved, and the heavenly sword was pushed out of the solid wall. His right hand moved slightly, and the heavenly sword was completely pulled out. He stared coldly at Bai Shan the last few days. "Brothers, give me a few monthly votes to protect Old Bull's chrysanthemum." Chapter 1003. At this moment, Bai Shan's heart was filled with fear. He was afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of Luo Tian, but the sword in Luo Tian's hand. He never would have thought that Luo Tian would risk his life just to smash himself into the wall of the courtyard and find an opportunity to pull out his sword. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Die!" The heavenly sword moved. A white light flashed. Whoosh! A sword swept out. Crack! A streak of blood appeared on Bai Shan's neck. There was not a single drop of blood on the sword. It was still as clean and cold as ever. It was filled with the domineering aura of the king's sword intent, a domineering aura that shocked everyone. Luo Tian turned around, laughed coldly, and said, "Who else?" It was also at this moment Bai Shan's body swayed, and his head rolled down from his neck. Fresh blood spurted out from his arteries. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Shan for obtaining 38,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Tier 3 medicinal pill, royal grade pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Several notifications sounded in a row. Luo Tian looked at the attributes of the royal grade pill, then raised his head and swallowed it. At the same time, he also swallowed a few elemental energy pills and healing pellets, and the injuries on his body were also under control. His face regained a bit of blood, and looking at the shocked crowd around him, he stared at Bai Yuan and said, "You can't even withstand a single blow. Even the 6th stage of the origin condensation realm is only SOZO." Luo Tian's heart was abnormally excited. The heavenly sword is indeed awesome. Even Bai Shan, who is at the 6th stage of the origin condensation realm, can easily crush him. Strong enough, ha ha ha. A battle between ordinary warriors. Even if there was a difference of 1 realm, it would still be extremely difficult to kill. Luo Tian was able to kill someone who was 7 levels above him. This was all because of the Heavenly Sword's power, one of the strongest weapons in the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. Even in this strange world, it's still so ferocious. Ha ha ha. Preposterous. How dare you? Do you think there's nobody in the House of Bai? Patriarch, let me do it. Let me do it! Third Elder. Why are you fighting with me? Let me do it first. Leader of the House of Bai, I shouldn't have asked about the matters of the House of Bai, but this kid is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Leader of the House of Bai, why don't you hand this kid over to me? Let's see how I'll deal with him. Hey, Louis Dao, I haven't even spoken yet. When did it become your turn? F***CK, you dare to compete with me? Do you have the qualifications to compete with me? For a moment, everyone was fighting over it. They were arguing over who should kill Luo Tian. Everyone knew that the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand was definitely a spiritual treasure. If they killed Luo Tian, they would be able to obtain the spiritual treasure. The people who were fighting over it all revealed greedy expressions. Bai Xiong also said anxiously, Teacher, they all want to snatch the treasured sword in your hand. Luo Tian finally understood what was going on. He glanced at the heavenly sword and laughed, saying, I was wondering why all of you were trying to curry favor with me. So it turns out that you all want this sword? Ha ha ha. Greed really kills people. You all want this sword, right? Sure. If any of you can kill Bai Yuan, I'll immediately give this sword to that person. Everyone in the courtyard suddenly fell silent. All of them were staring at Luo Tian. Many of them were already looking at Bai Yuan. Kid, say something. Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, Luo Tian directly said, I'm a man of my word. If any of you can kill him, I'll immediately give this sword to that person without any hesitation. Don't you all want it? Then go and kill Bai Yuan. He directly directed the fire towards Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan smiled slightly without the slightest fear and said, You're really smart. You want to use this sword to make us kill each other? Humph. Kid, don't you know who I am? Do you think that killing Bai Shan will make the House of Bai collapse? Guards, all the elite disciples of the House of Bai, come out. Yes, sir. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. A series of violent and orderly footsteps sounded from both sides of the courtyard. In less than half a minute, more than 300 elites rushed out in unison and directly surrounded the courtyard, full of murderous intent. At this moment, all the guests in the courtyard were dumbfounded. Their expressions darkened. Chief Bai, what do you mean by this? We're all here to congratulate you. What's the situation? Bai Yuan smiled slightly and said, Everyone, I'm sorry. Everyone, please leave first today. I'll visit you another day to apologize. Today, please leave the House of Bai. The House of Bai has important matters to settle. He directly drove these people away. These people were the nobles of Lingyun City and had a certain amount of power. Bai Yuan didn't want to offend them one by one. What if we don't leave? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Bai Yuan looked over, and his expression turned cold. With a murderous intent, he said, It's fine if you don't leave. Then don't blame me for being rude. Disciples of the House of Bai, listen up. In addition to this kid Bai Xiong bilingling all of them, please leave. If they don't leave, kill them. He had already prepared more than 300 disciples of the House of Bai long ago. He didn't expect that it wasn't the other 3 families, but Luo Tian. However, this made Bai Yuan feel even better. As long as he got the sword in Luo Tian's hands, he would have enough strength to contend with the other 4 families. Even if the strongest person in Lingyun City, Deng Leigong, came, he wouldn't be afraid. Bai Yuan, you want to take the sword in that kid's hands for yourself, right? Humph. Bai Yuan, you're too ruthless. Bai Yuan smiled slightly and said, This kid killed an elder of the House of Bai. The House of Bai should settle it themselves. You don't have to worry about the House of Bai. I think you should leave early. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. These people couldn't do anything even if they were unwilling. More than 300 elites of the House of Bai. Who could fight against them? They left one after another. After a while, there were only 3 people left in the courtyard. Luo Tian, Bai Xiong, and Bai Lingling. They were up against more than 300 elites. Luo Tian whispered, Bai Xiong, where are the Li family's reinforcements? Bai Xiong thought to himself, Li Zhanquan, that old fox, said that before my father appears he won't make a move. He won't let the Li family's disciples fight against the House of Bai. Master, how is my father? No one was a fool. As the head of the family, Li Zhanquan had to think about the Li family. If Bai Qi died, he would have lost a lot of money to help. Moreover, he would have offended the House of Bai. It wasn't worth it. Bai Lingling also looked at Luo Tian and asked, Why hasn't my father appeared yet? Is he? Luo Tian didn't answer. He glanced around and looked at the 300 elites of the House of Bai in the courtyard. He smiled and said, Do you guys want to try the feeling of 3 against 300? It would definitely be very satisfying. Chapter 2 has been delivered. Chapter 1004. Bai Qi did not appear. They did not see Bai Qi, and the Li family did not want to help. There were only 3 of them now. Facing the courtyard, full of elite disciples of the House of Bai, Luo Tian actually laughed. It was not a laugh of fear. It was a laugh of arrogance and madness. What? The 3 of us against the entire House of Bai? Are you crazy? Bai Lingling frowned. She did not know what Luo Tian was thinking. Anyway, she felt that Luo Tian was crazy, and combined with what happened in the ancient cave and Wushan city, Luo Tian was indeed crazy. Bai Xiong was stunned and laughed excitedly. Okay, master, this will definitely be very cool, ha ha ha. Brother, are you crazy too? Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong scratched his head and said, No one will help us anyway. Why don't we have a good fight? Our fate is in our own hands. We'll use our fists to beat them down one by one. He was in high spirits. Luo Tian praised and said, That's right. Fate is changed by ourselves. Even the god of fate can't control our fate. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy when he thought of being crushed by the god of fate. If it were not for Xi and in Chun Chun, he would not have had to enter the ancient world and would have died. Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Bai Yuan with contempt and turned to look at the elite disciples of the House of Bai. To tell you the truth, Patriarch Bai Qi has already left the dark wind cave and the strong yang poison in his body has been cured. If you still remember this patriarch, then step aside. I promise I won't touch you. But if you still want to be enemies with us, then I won't be polite. I'll only say this once. Remember my words. Give them a chance to live. However, Luo Tian's words were superfluous. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you afraid? Even if Bai Qi comes out, no one can come out of the dark wind cave. Even if Bai Qi can come out, he won't be able to cure the fierce yang poison in his body. Without the profound Yin crystal, he won't be able to cure it for the rest of his life. I've already destroyed the profound Yin crystal. Even if he survives, he will be a cripple. Many of the disciples of the House of Bai also spoke loudly. You must be scared. Scare us? Do you think we're 3 years old? Kid, if you know what's good for you, then surrender and accept your death. We will definitely leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I really want to see what it would be like to cut off all the flesh on your body. It'll definitely be beautiful. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian knew this would be the result. This was the result he wanted. If these House of Bai elites all left, how would he level up? At this moment, Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said, my father really came out? He really cured the poison in his body? Is that so? It must be so, right? You're not lying to them, are you? Bai Lingling was very excited, but also very scared. She was afraid that Luo Tian was scaring Bai Yuan. Luo Tian's lips curled and he smiled gently. Guess? Just tell me, Bai Lingling said anxiously. Luo Tian looked at her anxious expression and said, Call me good brother. If I'm happy, maybe I'll tell you. You, Bai Lingling's face turned slightly red. She glared fiercely at Luo Tian and said, You're shameless, you're dirty, you're despicable. You're a stinky hooligan. Ah, Luo Tian smiled bitterly. Didn't I just ask you to call me good brother? If you don't want to, then forget it. If you don't want to, then I won't tell you. You are really too despicable. Bai Lingling was angry, coupled with her flushed cheeks. She looked very beautiful. The surrounding elite, disciples of the house of Bai were dumbfounded. Luo Tian's expression changed, and he said softly, I gave you a chance to live. Since you didn't listen, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly took a step forward and stared arrogantly at Bai Yuan. He said, Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. I promised your son in Wushan City that it wouldn't take long for you and your father to be reunited. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. The pain of losing his son welled up in his heart again. Bai Yuan's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. His gaze darkened and he shouted angrily, Kill, kill, kill! He said the word kill 3 times in a row. The disciples of the house of Bai also instantly surrounded him. If I were you, I would personally go. Luo Tian glanced at Bai Yuan. He felt that he was like those villains in movies who insisted on waiting for the minions to die before being born. This was simply a kind of stupid logic. If Luo Tian were to attack, he would definitely not let his brothers attack first. Instead, he would rush forward and kill them instantly. At the same time, he observed the structure of the courtyard and immediately said, Do you still remember how we killed the zombies in the ancient cave? There's a corner on the left. Gather there and don't get separated. Also, don't be more than 2 meters away from me. Do you understand? In Luo Tian's world, these elite disciples of the house of Bai were monsters, humanoid monsters. Although they had intelligence and they weren't low, they were still monsters. Bai Xiong nodded heavily and said, Understood. Bai Lingling took off the phoenix coronet on her head and quickly took off her bridal gown, revealing a tight-fitting outfit. The exquisite curves of her body were completely displayed. Coupled with her slender legs, the disciples of the house of Bai swallowed their saliva. Luo Tian was also stunned. He thought to himself, Wow, I didn't expect her to be so voluptuous. I must have misjudged her in the past. What are you looking at? Bai Lingling stared at Luo Tian and said. Luo Tian laughed and said, I want to hear you call me Big Brother even more now. Ha ha ha, right at this moment. The muscles at the corner of Bai Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. He said coldly, Whoever kills the kid will get Bai Lingling. I will let you play with her until you don't want to anymore. Ha ha ha, my good niece. You will definitely live a very good life in the future. Ha ha ha. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai's eyes lit up and swallowed their saliva. They had been drooling over Bai Lingling for a long time. When they heard Bai Yuan say this, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited and their fighting strength soared in a straight line. Bai Lingling's expression changed drastically. She turned to look at Luo Tian and pointed at Bai Yuan. She said, Didn't you want me to call you Big Brother? As long as you help me kill him, I will call you Big Brother every day in the future. I will call you Big Brother for the rest of my life. Luo Tian gave a wretched smile and said, Are you telling the truth? Bai Lingling immediately swore, With the heavens as my witness. Oh, prepare to call me Big Brother. Ha ha ha, kill. I hope that tomorrow's surgery will be a success. I also want to thank my brothers for their concern. Thank you to everyone who supports Old Nyo. Thank you. Chapter 1005. Kill. Kill. Luo Tian and Bai Yuan shouted at the same time. An order was given. The disciples of the house of Bai attacked together. all of them releasing their strongest power. Everyone wanted Bai Lingling. Everyone wanted the heavenly sword. They wanted to perform well in front of Bai Yuan, as this would determine their future status in the House of Bai. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity, and all of them were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although they knew that Luo Tian had killed Bai Shan, who was at the 6th stage of the essence condensation realm, they were not afraid, because Luo Tian only had 3 people, and they had more than 300 people. Bai Lingling's body trembled slightly. Her lips were pale. Facing so many disciples of the House of Bai, she was a little afraid. At this moment, Luo Tian patted her shoulder with one hand, smiled lightly, and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's gaze became murderous, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Follow me, don't get lost!" Barbaric charge. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He aimed at a corner of the courtyard and fiercely smashed into it. Bang, bang! 2 disciples of the House of Bai were sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Tian jumped lightly, with flames in one hand and frost in the other, his 2 palms heavily chopped down. Ice flame palm. Uft, uft. The 2 of them fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Luo Tian's heart trembled. What the hell? They didn't die. It seems that these elite disciples of the House of Bai are all at least at the 8th stage of the 4 symbols. It would be difficult to kill them in a few moves with my current strength. If you're not dead, then go to hell now. Immediately after, he squatted down and punched them in the chest with his right hand. His health bar was empty. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Yin for gaining 1800 experience, for 100 primordial energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Wei for obtaining 1800 experience and 400 primordial energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. Instant kill in 3 moves. The expression of the House of Bai disciple in front of Luo Tian changed. His eyes widened, and he became even more ferocious. Kill him! Kill him! They pounced on him even more crazily. The encirclement became smaller and smaller. Luo Tian turned around and looked at Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. The 2 of them were about to be held back by the disciples of the House of Bai. On the steps of the hall, Bai Yuan had a sneer on his face as he looked at the anxious Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, "You want to fight me with just you? CK, 18 generations of my ancestors? I'm overestimating myself. Why don't you CK me now? Humph! You dog, you ruined my plans. Today, I'll use your head as an offering to my son's soul. Attack! Kill him. Whoever kills him will not only obtain Bai Lingling, but will also be directly promoted to an elder of the House of Bai and enjoy the treatment of an elder." Bai Yuan increased the stakes once again. He wanted to see Luo Tian and company fall into despair. Like his son, Bai Ying, he liked to see the expressions of people when they fell into despair. That kind of unwillingness, that kind of fear made him feel excited. The position of an elder? Ha ha ha, this kid's life is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Kid, you can only blame your head for being too valuable. Ha ha ha, these people were originally ferocious. Now, with the addition of the position of an elder, they became even crazier. One had to know that in the ancient world, cultivation resources were king. Whoever had more cultivation resources would be able to walk higher and further on the path of cultivation. Everyone desired to become stronger. What should we do? There are more and more people, Bai Lingling said anxiously. Bai Xiong looked at the surrounding crowd and said, "Master, you should run away. Don't worry about the 2 of us." Run away. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He looked at the disciples of the House of Bai who were rushing over and laughed coldly. Then he grabbed Bai Lingling's cold and trembling hand and said, "I won't run away. Don't forget what I promised you. I, Luo Tian, always keep my word to my friends. Bai Lingling's cold hand was suddenly grabbed by Luo Tian's large hand. It felt warm and her heart was no longer afraid. Looking at Luo Tian's back, she felt that he was so great and so strong. He was the back that she could rely on for the rest of her life. She was secretly moved. Luo Tian suddenly exerted force and directly flung Bai Lingling away. Ah! Bai Lingling was completely unprepared. She screamed in fright, and the emotions in her heart instantly disappeared. She cursed loudly. Luo Tian, you bastard! Are you trying to scare me to death? Luo Tian ignored her and said to Bai Xiong behind him, Follow closely. As soon as he said that, the cool down of barbaric charge ended. Luo Tian directly charged forward, creating a path. His fists moved. Mountain River Fist, third stage, shatter mountains and shatter rocks. Open for me! Both of his arms suddenly doubled in size. Blue veins popped out as a thick essence poured into his arms and rushed into his fists. It was like a shock wave that shot out from Luo Tian's fists. Bang, bang, bang. The few people in front were directly sent flying. Their chests were caved in and their hearts were blasted apart. Instant kill. Ding. Ding! 2 notifications rang out. At this moment, Bai Lingling, who was in the sky, descended. Luo Tian moved his body and directly hugged her. One hand grabbed her perky and tight little, but the other hugged her chest and pinched it while he was at it. It's really not small. Ah! Bai Lingling screamed again. Stinking pervert, let go of me! Oh! Luo Tian replied and let go of his hands. Pata! Ah! Bai Lingling fell to the ground, her little but almost smashed open. She grimaced in pain, staring at Luo Tian with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to kill Luo Tian. She angrily stared at Luo Tian, rubbed her little butt, and scolded. You! Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent look, You told me to let go! You! Bai Lingling was so angry that smoke was about to come out of her head. It was also at this time. Bai Xiong chased after him. Luo Tian looked at the corner of the courtyard, and without waiting for Bai Lingling to stand up, he instantly grabbed her hand and fiercely pulled, throwing her into the sky once again. Luo Tian, you bastard, I hate you, I hate you to death. Bai Lingling let out a roar that sounded like a lion's roar in the air. She was so scared that tears almost came out. Luo Tian reminded Bai Xiong once again, Follow closely. Mountain River Fist. Open for me. Bang, bang. One more step, and we'll be there. The operation was very successful, and the old cow heaved a sigh of relief. Today's monthly votes are a little low. Brothers, can you cast one more monthly vote to protect the old cow's chrysanthemum? Chapter 1006. In the corner. It was an excellent position. As long as he stood in this corner, Luo Tian could only withstand a limited amount of attacks. No one knew why he kept rushing to that corner. Bai Yuan didn't know. The disciples of the house of Bai didn't know either. Ah, bastard, catch me. Bai Lingling fell from the sky and shouted anxiously. Thinking of her little butt, she closed her eyes. Luo Tian accurately landed below her and said unhurriedly, Are you still going to call me a stinky hooligan? If you still want to call me a hooligan, then I won't be a hooligan anymore. Catch me. I won't scold you if you catch me. Bai Lingling had no choice. With her current cultivation, she couldn't fly at all. Moreover, she had lost her center of gravity in the air and couldn't use her strength at all. She could only fall from the sky. You said it. Everyone can testify. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Tian rubbed his hands and swallowed his saliva. He looked up slightly and seized the opportunity. His hands moved suddenly and directly hugged Bai Lingling. Stinky hooligan, you stinky hooligan, I won't let you go. Bai Lingling was so angry that she was about to cry. You said you wouldn't scold me, but you still scolded me. Luo Tian pretended to be very angry. His right hand once again exerted force and fiercely rubbed the bouncy white bunny that couldn't be grasped with one hand. He fiercely said, "Who asked you to scold me? Who asked you to scold me? Since you said I'm a hooligan, then I'll show you what a hooligan is." After that, his left hand slapped Bai Lingling's tight little butt. Pa! Ah! Bai Lingling's body sank and she cried out in pain. This time, tears really came out. Luo Tian shouted, "Are you still going to scold me?" Bai Lingling didn't give in at all and said fiercely, "Stinky hooligan, stinky pervert, don't let me find a chance otherwise." Pa! Luo Tian gave her another slap on her butt. "Ah! Are you still going to scold me? Smelly! Pa! You're still scolding. You, Pa! Scold again." After several slaps, Bai Lingling began to cry. With her cultivation, Luo Tian's power naturally couldn't hurt her, but it was still very painful. The flesh on his little buttocks jiggled. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was also secretly growing. As he spoke, he slapped him again. "Do you still know how to scold? If you scold me again, I'll spank you until your butt blossoms." Bai Lingling's stubborn temper had never given in. Even when her father was arrested, she had never given in to Bai Yuan. But now she gave in. For the sake of her little butt, she gave in. But in her heart, she said fiercely, "Luo Tian, just you wait. No more scolding. I won't scold you any more. I won't scold you any more." She cried and said. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Little guy, I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Since you won't scold me any more, then call me good brother. Don't hit my little butt any more." Bai Lingling even had the thought of dying. She really didn't know what the hell Luo Tian was doing. Bai Yuan was also confused. What the hell is he doing? Flirting at this time? Not only did he attack her breasts, but he also spanked her, but even Bai Lingling was being tormented by him. Was this brat crazy? Seeing Bai Lingling hesitate, Luo Tian suddenly shouted again, "Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, your butt will bloom later." "I'll say it, I'll say it." Bai Lingling was most afraid of being spanked. After being slapped by Luo Tian several times in a row, her heart was about to be traumatized. She hurriedly said, "Don't hit my little butt any more, don't! Good girl!" Luo Tian was very satisfied. Then he helped Bai Lingling up and looked at her with a lewd smile, saying, "Good brother, what a nice sound." Bai Lingling's eyes were about to spit fire. She said fiercely, "I'm going to kill you." However, at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned around and looked at the surrounding disciples of the house of Bai who were stunned by the scene just now. He smiled gently and said, "The cool-down time is over. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, all of you. Come at me together. That's more exciting." Just as he was spanking Bai Lingling's little butt, the surrounding disciples of the house of Bai all had looks of envy in their eyes. They wished that they could be the ones spanking her little butt, so no one attacked during this time. This gave Luo Tian's skills a lot of time to cool down. At the same time, it also bought some time for Bai Xiong. Bai Lingling suddenly saw that Luo Tian had become serious. She originally wanted to sneak up on him with her palm, but she stopped halfway. She couldn't bear to do it. Just nice. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he turned around and looked at her palm that was suspended in midair. He smiled slyly and said, "Good sister, you can't bear to hit your good brother. Looking at your face, I know you can't bear to hit me." Ha ha ha! Bai Lingling was stunned and panted with anger. At this moment, the disciples of the house of Bai were completely enraged by Luo Tian. "Little sisterling, I'm here to save you. This brat should be hacked to pieces. He even dared to hit my goddess. Today, I'm not going to let you off. Kill him, and Bai Lingling will be ours. Tonight, everyone will take turns. Every night, I dream of having sex with her in bed. This dream is about to come true. Kill." At this moment, Luo Tian pulled Bai Xiong and retreated to a corner of the courtyard. Seeing them rush up one by one, Luo Tian's eyes were cold and murderous. He reminded them, "Don't act recklessly. Don't leave the corner. As for these people, leave them to me." Master, can you do it alone? Smelly. Bilingualing thought of her still aching little butt and swallowed the words hooligan back. She immediately changed her words and said, Smelly Luo Tian, you want to fight 300? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, That's right. I want to fight 300. He was so arrogant that it was a complete mess. Every one of these people had a higher cultivation level than him, but he was so arrogant. 1 against 300? Bai Yuan's eyes were full of disdain and contempt. You're simply looking for death. Did you all hear that? He wants to fight 300. If more than 300 of you can't even deal with him, then you might as well die. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai were unusually angry. Their fighting strength soared, just as they rushed up and were only half a step away from Luo Tian. Luo Tian revealed a sinister smile and roared, Come out, fire Kirin! Chapter 2 delivered. Chapter 1007. Fire Kirin, come out. Luo Tian moved his mind. He immediately used the divine beast summon. Luo Tian cancelled the first fire Kirin that he summoned. The reason was simple. If he didn't cancel it, he wouldn't be able to increase the proficiency of the divine beast summon. Luo Tian calculated the time very accurately, so he hit Bilingualing just now to delay the cooldown of the divine beast summon. Now the time was up, and he had reached the ideal corner. Everything was already in place. Facing the disciples of the house of Bai who were rushing up, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tian. A little bit of power was gathering in the black hole, and little bits of the fire Kirin's body parts were gathering and combining. In a short moment, an incomparably mighty fire Qilin rushed out. There were strong flame patterns on its body. Its 2 sharp antennae shone with a cold light under the hot sun. The aura of the mythological beast was released. Although there was no substantial suppression, the psychological suppression of the people in the courtyard was very strong. It almost made them unable to breathe. Their 2 eyes stared at the sudden appearance of the fire Qilin. They were completely dumbfounded. Damn, Luo Tian, this guy feels a little stronger than when he was in Wushan City. Bai Lingling was frightened. Bai Xiong was also stunned, and he was very excited. Ha ha ha. Master, you're too awesome. Every time I see this guy, I almost pee my pants. Fortunately, you're my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be your enemy for the rest of my life. It's too scary. The 2 of them had seen Luo Tian use the fire Kirin in Wushan City, but their eyes were still as shocked. Luo Tian was also stunned. He sensed that the fire Kirin was a little stronger than before, and he couldn't help but think to himself, Is this guy like me leveling up by killing people? Leveling up by killing monsters? Or is it that the stronger my cultivation, the stronger its power will be? Spit, spit, spit them to death at this moment. Luo Tian was not in the mood to think about this. These disciples of the house of Bai were all experienced. If they didn't hurry up, it would be troublesome when Bai Qi arrived. It was impossible for him to watch all the elites of the house of Bai die. Otherwise, the house of Bai would only exist in name. Even if he became the head of the house of Bai again, it would be useless. With 3 times the number of elites dead, how could he compete with the other 4 families? Kill as many as you can before he arrives. In any case, these people had given them a chance. They wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. Seeing the coffin, then just lie in there for me. Walala, 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 the fire Qilin continued to spit out flames. Wherever the flames went, a large amount of bright red damage values floated up. Luo Tian looked carefully and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, sure enough, it really did become stronger. Although it didn't cause an instant kill, the damage values have clearly increased. Ha ha ha. It would be great if it was the same as me. The higher my level, the stronger it becomes. Then wouldn't that be great? In the distance, White Ape's face was filled with shock, as were the other elders around him. Divine beast! Summoning technique? How is that possible? Where exactly did this kid come from? Is he really a piece of trash from the Tianqian continent? Only the most mysterious sorcerers of the ancient continent know how to cultivate such a powerful summoning technique. How did he cultivate it? Could he be a sorcerer? If he really is a sorcerer, then our House of Bai. In the ancient continent, sorcerers were extremely respectable. Their identities were extremely prominent. It was rare for one in a million warriors to be qualified as a sorcerer. He didn't rely on his talent. He also didn't rely on his bloodline, nor did he rely on hard work to become a sorcerer. It was rumored sorcerers were chosen by the heavens. Only those chosen by the heavens had the qualifications to become a sorcerer. In the ancient continent, there were only 10 sorcerers. In the Hyjia of Misty Cloud City, there was a sorcerer. His existence allowed the Hyjia to stand tall in Misty Cloud City for 10,000 years without falling. He was an overlord-level existence. The summoning technique was a sorcerer's technique. Through hand seals or some kind of contract, they could directly summon a powerful creature from another world for battle. Summoning a powerful creature from another world required an extremely large amount of energy. However, Luo Tian didn't seem to have lost any energy. Furthermore, his spiritual energy didn't change at all. It was still as strong as before. Could he be a high-level sorcerer? Oh my God, if that's the case, then the House of Bai has offended someone they can't afford to offend. Big Brother by Yuan, sorcerers, the House of Bai, the House of Bai, the House of Bai will be destroyed. The voices of the elders were trembling, looking at Luo Tian and the Fire Kirin. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Fear! A fear that emerged from the depths of their hearts. However, Luo Tian didn't notice this. Of course, he didn't know about the profession sorcerer. Ordinary warriors didn't know either. Sorcerers were the most mysterious existence. Bai Yuan's face darkened. He was also a little afraid in his heart. If Luo Tian was really a sorcerer, then he and the entire House of Bai would disappear from Lingyun City in a short period of time. The House of Bai would never appear again. However, he couldn't accept it. After so many years of lying low and enduring humiliation, he couldn't accept it. Now he was only one step away from controlling the House of Bai. He only needed to kill Luo Tian and obtain the heavenly sword in his hands. With this magical sword, he could lead the House of Bai to gain a foothold in Lingyun City. Given a little more time, he could become the overlord of Lingyun City. He didn't want to give up all his years of hard work because of Luo Tian. He couldn't. Moreover, his son had been killed, and the alliance with the Ouyang family had been destroyed. All these made his heart filled with hatred. He definitely couldn't let Luo Tian live in this world. Absolutely not. In an instant, Bai Yuan's eyes shook, and he shouted, "All disciples, listen up. Whoever can kill Luo Tian will be the next head of the House of Bai." He increased the reward again. Moreover, most importantly, very few of the House of Bai's elite disciples knew about sorcerers. Even if they knew, they didn't know that summoning was a skill that only sorcerers could cultivate. Hence, when they heard Bai Yuan's words, their hearts shook. Under the temptation of huge benefits, their fear was thrown to the back of their minds. At the same time, Bai Yuan also moved. The few elders behind him retreated in panic. Luo Tian frowned. He looked at the shining golden light in the crowd, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He sneered and said, "You finally can't hold it in any more, boss." Many people were paying attention to the battle of the House of Bai. After Luo Tian took out the heavenly sword, more people were paying attention. After he summoned the Fire Kirin, the entire Lingyun City was in an uproar. Brothers, Lao Niu begs for a monthly ticket. If you have a monthly ticket, give it to Lao Niu. I'll be very grateful. Chapter 1008. There's a sorcerer in the House of Bai. Sorcerer? How is that possible? There are no more than 10 sorcerers in the central continent. Even if the House of Bai burns incense for 8 generations, there won't be a sorcerer. Are you kidding me? It's not a disciple of the House of Bai, but the strange man who went to the House of Bai to cause trouble. He used the summoning technique that only sorcerers can cultivate and summoned a mythical beast from another world. If he's not a sorcerer, what is he? Really? Oh my God, there's really a sorcerer. I always thought that sorcerers were just a legend. Let's go and take a look. It'll be too late if we're late. The news seemed to have grown wings. In less than half an hour after Luo Tian summoned the Fire Kirin, the entire Lingyun city knew about it. Moreover, it was still spreading out at a crazy speed. Abyss College, Lingyun City Branch. Sorcerer? How could he appear in such a place? In the central continent, there's a sorcerer in the Cloud Mist College, one in the Haijiao of the Cloud Mist City, one in our Abyss College, and the other 7 are all mysterious experts. Why would they appear in such a small place like Lingyun City? No. The people outside said that the sorcerer is a man in his 20s and has just arrived in Lingyun City. He's not one of those famous experts. While talking, Yang Qi's brows slightly tightened. He originally planned to go to the Abyss College. He raised his eyes and said, "Let's go and take a look. If it's really a new sorcerer, it will definitely set off a storm in the central continent. Our Abyss College has to snatch him over as soon as possible. As long as we have one more sorcerer, it'll be much easier to fight against the Cloud Mist College." Immediately, Yang Qi led several junior brothers and rushed to the House of Bai. In another place, Cloud Mist College, Lingyun City Office. "Senior, I just received news that a sorcerer has appeared in the House of Bai. Should we go and take a look? And I also received news that Yang Qi from the Abyss College has rushed over. If he really is a wizard, and if he can become a member of our Cloud Mist College, then the Abyss College is not qualified to compete with us. A single sorcerer could change a king's faction. Clearly, how powerful were the sorcerers in the ancient continent? Under the black cloak, the black-striped face was cold, even colder than ice. His eyes flickered as he said, "If you want to go, then go. I won't be going." His voice sounded sorrowful. Looking at the blue sky outside the window, she didn't know what to think. "Senior sister, this is your chance to turn things around. As long as you can bring the sorcerer back to school, even the Haijiao wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Moreover, the courtyard will definitely refine the antidote for the black dragon scorpion king poison for you. Senior sister, why don't you come with us to take a look?" A petite and delicate girl said. Yi Yunmeng didn't have the slightest interest in the sorcerer. There was only one thing on her mind. "Luo Tian, did you successfully integrate the blood spirit power I gave you?" Seeing that she didn't speak, another junior sister whispered, "Shaoli, let's go. We can't let the Abyss College take advantage of us. I heard that the young sorcerer is a young and handsome guy who just came from Wushan City. I heard that he is going to overturn the whole House of Bai. He is very arrogant and domineering. I like such a man the most. I really like him. He will be our junior brother. Let's go quickly." "Yes." Suddenly, Yi Yunming's eyes moved, and she said with a little excitement, "What did you say? He came from Wushan City?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "It seems that he just arrived yesterday." Senior sister. Why did he suddenly disappear? Where did he go?" The junior sister complained and turned to Xiao Li. "Let's go quickly." Lingyun City, City Governor's Mansion. A young man had a disdainful sneer on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of arrogance, and he exuded a superior aura. It was as if everyone in his eyes were inferior creatures. He said, "Sorcerer." "That's right. I just received the news. He is indeed a sorcerer. He summoned a fire-breathing demon beast from another world. It is very powerful. More than 300 elite disciples of the House of Bai couldn't hurt him at all." The city governor bowed and said carefully. He looked at the young man, his eyes full of fear. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly beside the young man. It wasn't because of how strong the young man was, but because of the armband on his chest. Cloud Mist College. In addition, the young man's identity made him even more afraid of disrespecting him. Cloud Mist City, Haijia. The young man was Hyasaurus. When he knew that Yi Yunmeng came to Lingyun City, which was close to Wushan City, he secretly followed her. He was monitoring Yi Yunmeng. His mission was to prevent Yi Yunmeng from doing anything that would let his brother down. Even if Yi Yunmeng was poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King and disfigured, he still wouldn't let her go. Yi Yunmeng was his brother's woman. Even if his brother didn't want her anymore, she was still his brother's woman. No one could touch her, because his brother was the crown prince. He was a super powerful man who could become an emperor in the future, the #1 person in Zhongzhou. Hyasaurus sneered and said, "Sorcerer? A sorcerer would appear in a place like this? You don't even know what a sorcerer is. How can a sorcerer appear so easily? Every sorcerer is chosen by the heavens. How can a sorcerer appear in a place like this? What a joke! Do you think sorcerers are rotten cabbages on the streets? Are they everywhere?" The city lord immediately trembled. His body bowed a few times, and immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes." It was also at this time. A student from Cloud Mist College hurriedly walked in and said, "Young Master Yulong, Yunmeng went to the house of Bai to see that sorcerer." "Huh," she went. The disdain in Hyasaurus's eyes became even stronger. "I always thought that Yunmeng was a character, but I didn't expect that I was wrong. Does she really think that there are sorcerers in this kind of place? I really don't know why my brother's eyes would fall for such a brainless woman like her. No, it should be a brainless, ugly woman. Ha ha ha. Yunmeng, oh Yunmeng, how does the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison feel? Ha ha ha. Ice Queen? I think it's the Black Ghost Queen, ha ha. Offend me, Hyasaurus. Even if you are the King of Heaven, you will still be trampled under my feet." His face was filled with disdain. That disciple said again, "Young Master Yulong, are we going or not?" Hyasaurus almost didn't think about it at all and said, "Go, of course we're going." Last time at Cloud Mist College, I didn't even have the time to humiliate Yi Yunmeng. This time, she was poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison. I want to see how arrogant she is in front of me. Yi Yunmeng, see how I humiliate you today. Chapter 1009. Lingyun City, House of Bai. More and more people gathered at the entrance. It even attracted the cries of countless hawkers. Peanuts, melon seeds, roasted chicken drumsticks. The front row seats are on sale. The highest bidder gets it. This is the moment to witness a sorcerer. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. It wasn't just at the entrance. Even the walls of the house of Bai were filled with people. They were all here to see Luo Tian. They all thought that he was a legendary sorcerer, mysterious, powerful, and had the power of the chosen one. In the courtyard, Bai Yuan was secretly anxious. There were more and more people around the house of Bai. This was a bad thing for him. If Luo Tian was really a sorcerer, then the crowd would definitely make a move before he killed Luo Tian. Everyone wanted to get Luo Tian, not the heavenly sword in his hand. Luo Tian's value couldn't be exchanged for even a divine weapon. Luo Tian naturally didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what a sorcerer was. He also didn't know that because of his summoning of a divine beast, so many people had been attracted. The 5 great families of Lingyun City, Abyss College, Cloud Mist College, and the disciples of the Devil's Sect lurking in the crowd. All kinds of experts were paying attention to him. If he knew, he would definitely use these connections to get people to beat up Bai Yuan until he crawled all over the ground. Then, when he had a little bit of health left, he would let him kill him with one palm. He had entered the ancient world for less than 3 months. He didn't even know that the ancient world was divided into 5 big parts, nor did he know that he was in the central continent, let alone the incomparably mysterious sorcerer. Looking at the walls of the courtyard full of people, Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fire Kirin, my good brother, explode a little more fiercely. These people are all here for the heavenly sword in my hand. Explode a little power and let them see. If they dare to have any ideas about my heavenly sword, they will die." As he spoke, Luo Tian's long sword moved as he executed the Vajra sword technique. In addition to the heavenly sword's powerful might, a sword energy visible to the naked eye shot out, instantly killing the 5 remaining players. Ding! 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 A notification rang out, and his experience bar increased by quite a bit. There wasn't much time left to level up. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened as he watched the disciples fall. He thought to himself, "It doesn't matter if he's a sorcerer or not. If I want to kill him, I have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when those strong people come, they will definitely use me as a stepping stone to please this kid." Many people were waiting. They were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for Luo Tian to be in danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. That way, they would be able to make a move. This was a life-saving grace. This was a great kindness. Luo Tian would definitely repay it with his own body. At that time, they would be able to obtain this sorcerer. White Ape had thought through the pros and cons of this matter clearly. If it wasn't for Luo Tian killing his son, if it wasn't for him ruining his own good fortune, he would have been like the others, looking for an opportunity to rope in Luo Tian. But now, he only had killing intent in his heart. He had to kill Luo Tian. Bai Yuan continued to move through the crowd, getting closer and closer to Luo Tian. He was also paying attention to the expression on Luo Tian's face. From his expression, he doesn't seem to know that he is a sorcerer. This is even better. Suddenly, Bai Yuan suddenly moved, and a steel claw directly grabbed towards Luo Tian's throat. His eyes were sinister as he said coldly, "Die." He had been accumulating power for a long time. The cultivation of the 4th level of the martial void realm erupted. Moreover, he even used the giant dragon claw, the only spirit-level cultivation technique in the House of Bai. Roar! An ear-piercing dragon's roar resounded in the air. The giant claw carried an irresistible force. It was especially ferocious. Luo Tian's face darkened. When Bai Yuan was paying attention to him, he was also paying attention to Bai Yuan's movements. The moment Bai Yuan's sneak attack came out, he reacted. However, he only had the cultivation of the 4 symbols realm. Even if he reacted, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Bai Yuan's speed. The cultivation of the martial void realm was still too strong for him. However, when Bai Yuan walked down the stairs, Luo Tian's divine fire had already locked onto him. This was a life-saving talisman. Divine fire! Out! Luo Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly used the divine fire. He secretly said in his heart, "Sister Tsang, bless me. Let's do another instant kill. If it can be triggered, I'll be thinking of you for the rest of my life." Just now he had triggered an instant kill, instantly killing Ouyangyi. Could it be triggered this time? Probability was a probability. No one could say for sure. Humph! This kind of flame again. Do you think I'm Bai Shan? Bai Yuan was disdainful. He did not dodge, and the King Kong Dragon Claw slashed down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The flames turned into powder. In an instant, they gathered together again. It directly exploded on Bai Yuan's chest. It was just that, unfortunately, it did not trigger an instant kill. However, Bai Yuan was startled. He did not know why the flames would gather again, nor did he know why the giant dragon claw that he had unleashed would suddenly disappear. It was as if it had been crushed by some kind of powerful force, and in an instant the cultivation technique that he had released had been forced back. Holy sh*T. Sister Tsang, don't you love me anymore? Luo Tian's heart sank. There was no instant kill. However, since he wanted to kill the boss, Bai Yuan would definitely not die if he just stood there and watched. Wait for Bai Qi? This old fox was also unreliable. As for Li Zhanquan, that was even more unreliable. Each and every one of them was a cunning fox. Luo Tian could only rely on himself. In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "God, explosion!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! His entire body emitted a red light. His strength doubled, his speed doubled. What surprised Luo Tian was that even the fire Kirin that was constantly attacking him had suddenly doubled in size, and his attack power had doubled. He was secretly excited in his heart. Ha ha ha! This is the God explosion. It is indeed much stronger than the berserk. Yes, yes. Even skills could increase his strength. The God explosion was indeed very fierce. Luo Tian took a step forward, holding onto the heavenly sword tightly. He released the power of the God explosion. Buddha's Fury King Kong. Kill. The strongest move of the King Kong sword art. With a thrust of his sword, a powerful force was unleashed through the God explosion. It was as if an angry King Kong Buddha had descended from the sky, crushing down towards Bai Yuan. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. The courtyard was turned into a mess by Luo Tian's Buddha's Fury King Kong. Gusts of wind swept up, and the atmosphere was filled with killing intent. It was extremely domineering. Ding, ding, ding. One by one, the disciples of the house of Bai were crushed into powder by this move. The system beep sounded crazily. Luo Tian was also overwhelmed with shock in his heart. The power of the God explosion is too fierce. Ha ha ha! It's so fierce that it's about to reach its climax. This feeling he couldn't stop at all. However, Luo Tian did not hear the notification call out the name by Yuan. Suddenly, a huge claw struck out like lightning. Luo Tian's face tightened. F***CK, this is bad. The second chapter has been delivered. At night, Old Cow will find time to write another chapter. There are still 3 days until this month ends. Old Cow begs for monthly votes to protect his chrysanthemum. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. Chapter 1010. Breaking through the dust, a claw attacked. Like lightning, the divine fire was used and the cooldown time was not up. It couldn't be used again and couldn't be interrupted. The divine explosion was still ongoing. However, the power of the divine explosion alone was not enough to contend against it. Luo Tian's heart sank, but he didn't panic. Looking at the huge dragon claw, his heart became incomparably calm. The strongest attack of the Vajra swordsmanship, Buddha's Fury Vajra, killed a large number of House of Bai disciples. But it didn't hurt Bai Yuan at all because the gap between the realms was too big. Void Martial Realm. For Symbol's realm, the gap between the two was too big. However, even if it didn't injure White Ape, it still left him in a very sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn by the sword chi, becoming tattered. Coupled with the dirt on his face, he looked like a beggar on the street. This made him even angrier, and his anger burst out like a volcano. A claw attacked. With a deep voice, he shouted, "Let's see what skills you can use to resist my giant dragon claw." With a roar, the giant claw arrived in front of Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. "He's in danger. Should we make a move?" "Don't worry, it's not a critical moment yet. If we want to save him, we should make a move at the most critical moment. This way, we will be more grateful, and he won't be able to refuse our request. It's him." "Ha ha ha. Good boy. I really didn't misjudge him. I didn't expect him to be a sorcerer. This time, I must bring him to the Abyss College. Even if I have to use all kinds of methods, even if I have to sell my body, I will pull this boy into the Abyss College." Yang Qi was excited. The few junior brothers beside him were a little depressed. They couldn't understand at all. How could Luo Tian be a sorcerer? It was impossible. One of the junior brothers asked, "Senior brother, he is already in danger. After all, he is only in the Four Symbols realm. It's impossible for him to be Bai Yuan's opponent. If we don't make a move, that boy will really—" Yang Qi smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Luo Tian's potential is definitely not limited to this. Just wait and see. I now feel that Bai Yuan is not his opponent. He gives me a very strong feeling. I had this feeling when he appeared, and now it's getting stronger and stronger." Yang Qi was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see Luo Tian's potential. Of course, with his cultivation, if he were to make a move, the white ape would be instantly killed by him. In another place, Yi Yunmeng, who had just arrived, saw Luo Tian in the courtyard and the fire Kirin beside him. She was shocked. It's really him. Has he been hiding it from me? Did he need the blood spirit energy to practice witchcraft? Sorcerers need blood spirit energy? Why didn't I know about it? Xiao Li rushed over, panting, and said, "Senior sister, wait for me. You didn't care when I called you here, but now you're more anxious than anyone else." "Senior sister, this kid can't be the one who saved you in the Wu mountain range, right?" "I think so. Otherwise, why would senior sister be so flustered? What's so good about this kid? He can't be compared to the crown prince of Haijia. If I were senior sister, I wouldn't even look at him. He doesn't have the qualifications to enter senior sister's eyes. Even if he's a sorcerer, he's not as powerful as the crown prince. After all, Haijia's power is the strongest in Misty Cloud City." The two junior sisters began to discuss. However, Yi Yunmeng acted as if they didn't exist. Her mind was completely focused on Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian continuously retreating under the pressure of the giant claw, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She secretly moved her vitality. She was ready to provide support at any time. It was also at this moment. Xiao Li said softly, "Senior sister, Haijia's second young master is here." Hyasaurus was here. Behind him was the city lord of Lingyun City. His appearance immediately caused a sensation. Not for anything else. Just the standard of his clothes and his identity as a Haijia was enough to cause a sensation. His appearance was enough to make Lingyun City tremble. Hyasaurus immediately locked onto Yi Yunmeng under the black cloak. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful sneer. He said disdainfully, "Humph! How does it feel to be poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King? It must feel good. You actually threatened to kill me. Don't you know who you are? What's your status in the Yi family? You want to touch me? You're still too young. If it wasn't for Big Brother taking a liking to you, you would have died a long time ago." After he finished speaking, one of his followers suddenly pointed at Luo Tian in the courtyard of the House of Bai and said, "Second young master, it's him." Hyasaurus turned his gaze and looked at the center of the courtyard of the House of Bai. His eyes immediately darkened, and his body instantly emitted a cold, murderous aura. The people around him were forced to take a few steps back. They couldn't even stand properly and couldn't even breathe properly. "Bastard, you still dare to appear." Hyasaurus's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He then looked at Yi Yunmeng. "You bitch! I was wondering why you wanted to come to Lingyun City. So it's because of him again. All right, Yi Yunmeng, oh Yi Yunmeng. You may be shameless, but we Haijia still care about our dignity. How can a woman like you be worthy of my big brother? What qualifications do you have to be a Haijia person? Humph! I'll definitely humiliate you today." At the same time as he spoke, Yi Yunmeng felt the murderous aura from Hyasaurus. She turned her gaze and stared at Hyasaurus. Her body also emitted a murderous aura as if to say, "If you dare to touch him, I'll definitely not let you off." Hyasaurus naturally felt it. He laughed coldly and said loudly, "Yi Yunmeng, you be *T. You came to Lingyun City for this brat, right? My big brother was so infatuated with you. I didn't expect you to be such a be *. I almost forgot. With your looks, even a beggar on the street would find you ugly. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be poisoned by the Black Dragon, Scorpion King?" Ha ha ha. Yi Yunming's eyes were cold as she said, coldly, "Hyasaurus, please open your eyes and look carefully. He is a sorcerer. If you dare to hurt him, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you kill a sorcerer, even the Haijia behind you won't be able to protect you." Sorcerers were in short supply in the first place. Moreover, each and every one of them was the chosen one in the teleportation. Killing an adept was a serious crime on any of the ancient continents. Hyosaurus's face darkened. He knew the consequences of killing a sorcerer, but he looked at Luo Tian in the courtyard who had been forced into a corner by the giant claw. He laughed coldly and said, "It's not my turn to deal with this kind of trash. You want to save her? I can't kill a sorcerer, but I can stop you. Yunmeng, make your move." Ha ha ha, arrogant and complacent. He had everything under control. Then, Hyosaurus suddenly shouted, "If any of you dare to save him, you will be going against Haijia. You little bastards from the Abyss Academy, you'd better weigh your strength. Yunmeng, it must be great to see him die in front of you, ha ha ha." The third chapter was delivered. There were only 2 days left. The old cow was begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 10-11. Not only did he not allow Yunmeng to help, but he also did not allow anyone from Lingyun City to help Luo Tian. How arrogant and domineering was that? However, as soon as Hyosaurus finished speaking, the forces hiding in the dark immediately withdrew their desire to help Luo Tian. They were afraid. Who did not know the Haijia of Misty Cloud City in Zhongzhou? They were the most powerful forces in the world and were at the peak of their power. Haijia had 2 super talents. The most outstanding one was the crown prince, and the other was the young man in front of them, Hyosaurus. Who would dare to go against Haijia in Zhongzhou? No one. Even Yang Qi's face darkened. He frowned and muttered, "When did he offend Haijia?" "Big Senior, we can't save him. You know the power of Haijia better than we do. This is the second young master of Haijia. If Haijia were to go against Abyss College, I'm afraid." Moreover, the dean would not agree. "That's right, eldest senior brother. You can only blame that brat for dying." Even Abyss College did not dare to act recklessly. One could imagine how powerful Haijia was. Yang Qi looked at Luo Tian in the dean's seat. He was hesitant and could not make up his mind. On one side was the Haijia, and on the other was the youngest sorcerer in the ancient continent. It was a difficult choice for him. Yunming's face was still cold. Hyosaurus' words were not binding on her. However, she was also clear that she had been poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King. Her cultivation was currently suppressed and had dropped by several realms. Now, she could not even deal with Haiyulong. If she were to make a move, Haiyulong would immediately stop her. This was Hyosaurus' goal. He wanted Yunmeng to see Luo Tian die with her own eyes. She wanted him to be helpless and be crushed by Yuan. Yunming's eyes were cold and her body emitted a chilling aura. She locked her eyes on Luo Tian and watched him retreat. She had already made up her mind. "No matter what, I will not let you die here." Hyosaurus sneered and said, "Yunmeng, do you want to save him? Come, beg me. If you beg me, I might spare his life. Why do I have to kill him myself? Ha ha ha. Are you desperate? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that in Marshall Mountain City? In my eyes, you're just a little bitch, a dog of the Yi family. You want to marry my brother? You want to have a marriage alliance with the Hai family? Humph, you're not qualified." He was unusually arrogant. He looked like he had Yunmeng in his grasp. Hyosaurus smiled and said, "Beg me, kneel on the ground and beg me. If I'm happy, he won't have to die. If you dare to make a move with your current cultivation, you're no match for me. I'll stop you in an instant. At that time, you'll still have to watch him die in front of you, ha ha ha." Everything was within his calculations. No one around him dared to make a move. He wanted Luo Tian to die, and he wanted him to die in front of Yunmeng. He didn't know at first, but now Luo Tian knew. Hyosaurus. Luo Tian's heart turned cold. He thought, "I thought I would only see him at Cloud Mist College. I didn't expect to see him so soon. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. You want me to die so badly, right? Then you'll have to wait with me." At the same time, Bai Yuan laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kid, I didn't expect you to offend the Haijia. So what if you're a sorcerer? Hyjia wants you dead. Even if the king of hell doesn't want you, you'll still die. He was initially worried that someone would save Luo Tian, but now his worries were unnecessary. Moreover, he had found a way to stabilize the situation in the house of Bai and stabilize his position. He might even climb up to the Hyjia and become Hyjia's subordinate force. If that was the case, he would be the overlord of Lingyun City. He couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of this. The vitality in his body was released valiantly. The dragon's claw was about to choke Luo Tian's throat. He laughed coldly and said, "Kid, you'll die obediently." Ha ha ha. Sighs could be heard all around. Sigh. A sorcerer has fallen just like that. What a pity. It's all this kid's fault for offending the Hyjia. Yeah, this kid is the youngest sorcerer in the Middle Continent and even the entire ancient continent. Of all the people to offend, he had to offend the Hyjia. He's digging his own grave. Discussions could be heard all around. Seeing Luo Tian being enveloped by the dragon's claw, he would definitely die. He was in a desperate situation. Luo Tian held the Wolverine transformation card in one hand. He had his back against the wall. There was nowhere to hide. It was also at this moment. The fire Kirin rushed forward and stood in front of Luo Tian. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! There was a loud explosion. The fire Kirin used its body to block the dragon's claw. Its body began to fall piece by piece like burning paper. Its fiery red skin slowly turned into ashes and fell from the sky, turning into nothingness. Dead. The fire Kirin was killed by the dragon's claw in an instant. It used its body to block Bai Yuan's attack, which contained an incomparably powerful force. Bai Yuan was stunned. Everyone around was stunned. They looked at Luo Tian in a daze. They couldn't understand him at all. Dead, dead, dead? The summoned beast actually died? What's going on? How can a demon summoned by a sorcerer die so easily? Suddenly, the Hyosaurus was shocked. He then laughed out loud and pointed at Luo Tian, who was leaning against the wall. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Sorcerer? Sorcerer? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Sorcerer? Ha ha ha. Bullshit. Don't you know that the beasts summoned by sorcerers are immortal? I say, how can a trash like him become a sorcerer? Is he the chosen one? Then I'm a god. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've never laughed like this before. What's your name, Luo Tian? Ha ha ha. You're a complete joke. He mocked without restraint. The Hyosaurus was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. Originally, he was really worried that Luo Tian was a sorcerer. Even if he let Bai Yuan kill Luo Tian, he would be implicated. But now, Luo Tian was not a sorcerer at all. The beasts he summoned could not withstand a single blow. It was just a technique. Without this layer of relationship, the Hyosaurus became even more unscrupulous. Luo Tian frowned. He didn't know what a sorcerer was, but seeing the Hyosaurus laughing like that, he was unhappy. Chapter 10:12. He was very unhappy. In his thoughts, he was ready to use the Wolverine transformation card that he held tightly in his hand. The current hymn, Divine Fire, Divine Explosion, and Divine Beast Summon were still in cooldown. The Hulk transformation card was in cooldown. The only thing he could use was the Wolverine transformation card. However, could he kill Hyosaurus within 5 minutes of transforming? He was not confident. This was because there were too many people around him. If he couldn't kill Hyulong, then he would definitely be the one to die. There wasn't enough time, and it was very rushed. Luo Tian wasn't sure if he could kill Hyulong. If there weren't these people around, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Hyulong within 5 minutes. How powerful was Wolverine? If he could not even kill Hyosaurus, then all his efforts would be in vain. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Tian's thoughts sank. He was not in a hurry to use the transformation card. This was his last resort. He would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Furthermore, If he were to use the transformation card in front of everyone in Soaring Cloud City, he would be treated as a different species. It might even arouse the suspicion of others, suspecting that he was the one who transformed into the Hulk. After all, that was a bounty of a few million cultivation coins. Once these things were exposed, he would face the threat of death at any time. Wait a minute. Luo Tian's heart sank. He held the heavenly feather shield in his hands. Bai Yuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I was almost fooled by you. You used an illusion to confuse me. I almost thought that you were a sorcerer. Great, you're not a sorcerer. That's great. Ha ha ha. He laughed. He laughed just like Hyosaurus. Some of the lurking masters lost their spirits instantly. Biffed. I thought that he was the chosen one. I didn't expect him to be an imposter. I almost attacked him. I almost offended Haijia because of him. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, I would have been cheated by this kid. Is it that easy to become a sorcerer? If he can become a sorcerer, I think everyone in Lingyun City will be sorcerers. Ha ha ha! Mocking laughter could be heard all around. No one was interested in Luo Tian anymore. No one would think that he was a sorcerer. Some people were willing to risk offending the Haijia in order to save Luo Tian. But now, none of them had such thoughts. Saving an ordinary warrior who had offended the Haijia? Wasn't that courting death? Eldest senior brother, it's fortunate that we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss. So this brat knows how to do this. Is he using him to trick us into helping him? What a good trick. Fortunately, we didn't fall for it. Eldest senior brother, eldest. Senior brother, W, where are you going? At the same time, another person moved. Yun Meng followed suit. In the courtyard, Bai Yuan smiled coldly. Looking at Luo Tian, who had nowhere to hide, he moved his right hand and attacked with another claw. Brat, I want to see who can block it for you this time. Ha ha ha. Die for me. The giant dragon claw attacked again. This time, the power was stronger than the previous one. Luo Tian frowned. At this moment, Bai Xiong suddenly moved. He roared and stepped out. He shouted, Bai Yuan, if you dare to touch my master, I'll F***CK you up. Bai Lingling also moved. She wanted to protect Luo Tian with all her might. She was the one who had involved Luo Tian in the House of Bai. If it wasn't for her request, Luo Tian would never have been in such a desperate situation. Luo Tian's eyes moved. He suddenly shouted, Don't come over. His voice deepened. He immediately shouted at Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling. He didn't want anyone to die for him. Bai Xiong and his sister definitely couldn't block Bai Yuan's attack. The fire Kirin with more than 1,000 HP was instantly killed. Bai Yuan's strength was very strong. Low HP was also the fire Kirin's weakness. High attack, weak defense, and low HP. Once this weakness was discovered, the fire Kirin would be killed first. This way it would be useless. However, this was only the HP of the fire Kirin at level 1. At level 2, he wouldn't be so weak. Master! Damn, hooligan! The two of them suddenly stopped. As they looked at Luo Tian, who had been forced into a dead end, their hearts tightened and a large stone hung over their chests. Luo Tian picked up the heavenly feather shield and said in a deep voice, I told you not to come over. Don't worry about me. Haha, my good niece, don't worry. I'll kill him first to avenge my son. Then it'll be your turn. Bai Yuan said excitedly. A claw smashed towards Luo Tian's chest. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian held the heavenly feather shield with both hands and fiercely blocked it. Wang, rumble, rumble, Luo Tian's body sank. His back was directly pressed against the wall. The wall was instantly shattered by the force from his body. Puff! The blood in his chest rolled. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if the heavenly feather shield blocked most of the force, Luo Tian couldn't withstand the impact. The difference in cultivation was too big. After all, Bai Yuan's cultivation was at the martial void realm. However, Bai Yuan's face was also red. The force from the impact made him continuously retreat. He staggered and almost fell. His face darkened. Staring at the shield in Luo Tian's hand, he said solemnly, "Another spirit treasure. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. Then you'll die even more today." While they were talking, Bai Yuan moved once again. The cultivation of the martial void realm erupted and slashed down with his palm once again. Luo Tian suddenly roared out, "You F** king come again. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He was waiting for the cooldown of the skill. Now he could only drag it out. Rumble! Rumble! With a palm strike, Luo Tian's feet were already pressed into the ground. His body was almost stuck to the ground, but he still resisted and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at Bai Yuan, who was panting not far away, he grinned sinisterly. "Ha ha ha! What's wrong? You only have this little bit of strength. You're too weak. You want to kill me? Go." It had to be said. The power of the heavenly feather shield. The damage caused by the impact was actually more than 1,000 points. A few times in a row had caused Bai Yuan to suffer a lot of internal injuries. His strength had weakened a lot compared to the previous few times. "Come on. Come again. You ungrateful thing." Luo Tian roared loudly, counting the time in his heart. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. That's enough. As long as you give me a chance, I'll definitely not let you get up from the ground again." Bai Yuan was also extremely angry. His eyes darkened, and he said fiercely, "I'd like to see if your body is as powerful as your mouth. Dragon Overlord Claw. Die for me." Chapter 10:13. The strongest move of the giant dragon claw. When this move appeared, the disciples of the house of Bai were extremely shocked, and they all hurriedly retreated. Bai Xiong stared angrily and roared, "Master, it's dangerous. Quickly dodge!" Bai Lingling was so scared that her face turned pale. She even forgot to breathe. She could only look at Luo Tian in a daze. Then she closed her eyes and did not dare to look anymore. Bai Yuan's strongest attack. Dodge. Luo Tian had nowhere to hide. He couldn't hide either. He couldn't even move now. Where could he hide? It was too late. However, Luo Tian's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he secretly said, "If you can't kill me this time, I will let you die." Come on." Luo Tian's eyes moved. His body burst out with an arrogant, murderous aura. His arms used all his strength to block the sky feather shield. Bang! A giant claw descended from the sky with an extremely domineering force. It was like a giant dragon swooping down. A claw fiercely grabbed at Luo Tian. It was extremely powerful, an unstoppable force. Rumble, rumble. A wave of energy shot out, rolling up gusts of wind. It directly overturned a few of the house of Bai's lower cultivation and directly rolled on the ground. Clang! Lightning roared. It heavily hit the sky feather shield. Luo Tian's body sank again. With a poof, half of his body had sunk into the soil. The bones in his body seemed to be all broken. It was very uncomfortable. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it with his life. He instantly took a few healing pills. If he didn't take any more pills, his life points would drop to 0. Wang, bang, a rebounding force rushed out from the sky feather shield. Destiny set. The heavenly feather shield had the strongest defense. The rebounding force blasted out and sent Bai Yuan flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to Luo Tian, his injuries were much lighter. Pucci! Bai Yuan crawled up from the ground. His face was a little pale, but when he looked at Luo Tian, who was half buried in the ground, he smiled coldly and said, "The shield in your hand is really surprising. However, no matter how good your shield is, it's useless. You still can't escape death." While speaking, Bai Yuan walked towards Luo Tian step by step. At this moment, Luo Tian was also calculating the distance. His skills cooldowns were all over. Divine Flame and Divine Explosion were ready to be used. Furthermore, Bai Yuan didn't expect him to attack at all, so it was the perfect time for a sneak attack. Seeing Bai Yuan walk closer step by step, Luo Tian purposely revealed a look of fear, but laughed in his heart. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and you'll be able to reunite with your son from the underworld. However, just as Bai Yuan was about to enter the distance that Luo Tian had calculated, a Luo Tian blocked his line of sight. Enough! Yang Qi. He landed in the courtyard. When everyone thought that Luo Tian was a sorcerer, he did not immediately help because he felt that Luo Tian might not need his help. But now he stood up because he treated Luo Tian as a friend. A true friend. The courtyard suddenly became quiet. Bai Yuan glanced at the armband on Yang Qi's chest, turned his gaze, and looked at the Hyosaurus standing in midair in the distance. He did not dare to offend Yang Qi, because he was afraid of the Abyss Academy. "Senior brother, why?" "Senior brother, you!" several junior brothers said anxiously, but they did not stand up because they knew very well that they would not offend Haijiao because of Luo Tian. Now that Luo Tian was no longer a sorcerer, he should not offend Haijiao. Yang Qi's actions puzzled them. However, they also looked at Yang Qi with a sneer in their hearts. They knew that when Yang Qi returned to the academy, he would be punished for what he did today. Yang Qi cupped his hands and said, "Second young master, people have been beaten up like this, and the anger has been vented. Can the second young master let him go for my sake? This young is very grateful. Next time, if there is anything, this young will do his best." Yang Qi was a little famous in the Abyss Academy. In Cloud Mist College, he was also one of the top 50 people on the bounty list. He could be considered a famous person. A favor from him was quite valuable, whether it was in the Abyss Academy or in Cloud Mist College. If it was someone else, they would definitely agree. However, he was Hyosaurus, the second young master of Haijiao, a proud son of heaven. His eyes were higher than the sky. Hyosaurus looked at Yang Qi contemptuously. "Give you face? Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? I advise you to get out of my way. If you dare to jump out again, don't blame me for being rude." He did not give any face. Moreover, even more arrogant, Yang Qi still had a smile on his face and said, "It's fine if you don't give me face, but second young master, can you give my master some face? His face should be worth some money, right?" As he said that, Yang Qi took out an exquisite, small jade token from his bosom. The word "undying" was carved on the jade token. Undying token, the undying old man's keepsake. With this token, the undying old man will be able to sell a huge favor. I didn't expect him to be the undying old man's disciple. One must know that the undying old man's status in the Abyss Academy is very high, second only to a few deans. This token is hard to find. I didn't expect him to take out the undying token for a half-dead brat. The eyes of the disciples of the Abyss Academy were wide open. They knew the use of this token better than anyone else. They all dreamed of getting one of these. Who would have thought that he would take it out just to save Luo Tian's life? In their hearts, Yang Qi was a complete idiot. Hearing the discussions around him, Luo Tian was moved in his heart and said, "Big brother Yang, you don't need to do this. I'm fine." What is a friend? What is a brother? It's not how good you are when you're in the limelight, but when you're in trouble, if someone is willing to stand up for you, then this person is a friend worth making, a brother worth making, the kind of brother that you can use your life to make. From this moment onwards, Luo Tian treated Yang Qi as a brother. Hyosaurus was shocked. He naturally knew the use of the undying token, and a light flashed across his eyes. He also wanted to obtain this token, but he hesitated for half a second and still arrogantly said, "You want to stop me with a broken token? If I, Hyosaurus, want to kill someone, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me. you should scram to the side. Otherwise, haha, I'll kill you as well. He didn't give him any face at all. Yang Qi's face changed. He didn't care if he didn't give him face, but if he didn't give his master face, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. He sneered and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to experience Haijia's Tianluo, divine technique." Hyosaurus's eyes were filled with anger. "You're the one who's looking for death. Then don't blame me." Suddenly, a cold voice sunk and coldly snorted. "Hyosaurus, have you caused enough trouble?" She descended from the sky like a fairy. There was a cold aura on her body. "Today I was busy in the hospital and only came back at night. The update was a little late, sorry. It was the last day. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, then vote for the old cow, for the chrysanthemum. Brother, please do your best." Chapter 10:14. Suddenly there was a sound. Yi Yunming, who was as cold as frost, fell from the sky. She stared at Hyosaurus with cold, murderous intent in her eyes. "Silly queen." Luo Tian smiled gently. He knew that Yi Yunming was in the crowd, but he did not expect her to stand out. However, when Shifeng met Luo Tian this time, he could clearly sense that her aura was different from before. It was no longer as strong as before. It was as if her cultivation realm had dropped. Luo Tian could not help but wonder, could it be that one's level would drop in the ancient continent? Damn. Then I'm in danger? This was Luo Tian's guess. But soon, Hyosaurus confirmed his guess. Hyosaurus sneered, staring at Yi Yunming under the black cloak. His laughter was also filled with murderous intent. "Bitch, I knew you would stand out. You want to stand up for your little lover? Humph. I've told you, even if my brother doesn't want you, you're still my brother's woman. No one can touch you. With your current cultivation, you dare to be unreasonable with me? Do you think you're still the same as a few days ago?" Ha ha ha. While they were talking, Hyosaurus landed in the sky above the courtyard, looking down at Yi Yunming, Yang Qi, and Luo Tian. He sneered disdainfully. "A bunch of trash!" Contempt. Undisguised contempt. Just because he was Hyosaurus, he despised him. Just because he was Haijia's man. Just because he was the peerless genius of Haijia's 1,000 years of talent, second only to the crown prince. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "Hyosaurus! Dog, is my name something you can call?" Hyosaurus's eyes darkened, and a powerful pressure crushed Yang Qi's mind. Buzz! Yang Qi's body sank, and he trembled slightly. At this moment, he felt as if a mountain was crushing down on his body. It was very uncomfortable. His forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he clenched his teeth. His expression slowly became unpleasant. Simultaneously, the primordial qi in his body was surging violently. Didn't you want to experience Haijia's Tianluo, divine technique? Come on. Trash like you can only tremble under the Tianluo, divine technique. Hyosaurus sneered. His strength completely crushed Yang Qi's. Because of the Tianluo divine art. Within the same realm, the Hyosaurus was invincible. Yang Qi's face turned ferocious. He guarded his heart. Suddenly, an undying evil force was released from his sea of consciousness. His body slowly emitted a black fog. His trembling body gradually stopped. Immortal pressing art? I didn't expect that the undying old man would pass on the immortal pressing art that he had comprehended to him. The Abyss College's immortal pressing art? My God, Haijia's Tianluo divine technique versus the immortal pressing art. There will be a lot to see. What are you looking at? The immortal pressing art is indeed strong, but it is half a grade lower than the Tianluo divine technique. Who is Hyosaurus? He is Haijia's second young master. He has more than one divine technique. The person from the Abyss College is indeed strong, but compared to the Haijia's second young master, he is still a little worse. Is senior brother Yang crazy? He dares to compete with Hyosaurus. Does he want to offend Haijia? Senior brother Chin, what should we do? Should we help senior brother Yang? Help? Humph. He wants to die, but I don't want to die. He openly offended Haijia. When we return to the college, we will see how the law enforcement college will punish him. If you want to die, go help him. Anyway, I will not go out. Then we will not go out either. This is his own business. It has nothing to do with us. Senior brother Yang is really out of his mind for a fake wizard. There was a burst of whispers in the crowd. Luo Tian could also see that Yang Qi was no match for Hyosaurus. It seemed that the two people were competing with each other. However, Hyosaurus looked very relaxed. He did not feel any pressure because of Yang Qi's immortal pressing art. Instead, he sneered and said, "Is that all you have? Immortal pressing art? I think it is called tortoise pressing art. How dare you compare this kind of technique with my Tian Luo divine technique?" Yang Qi's palms were sweating. He looked sideways at Yunmeng and said, "You help brother Luo and take him away." Yunmeng also knew about Yang Qi. It was only in a short period of time that Luo Tian knew him. Moreover, Yang Qi ignored the college's rules and stood up for Luo Tian. Furthermore, he knew that Luo Tian was not a wizard. She admired him for this. Immediately, she was not long-winded and said, "Can you do it alone?" While speaking, she had already walked to Luo Tian's side. Yang Qi smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys go first. No matter how arrogant Hyosaurus is, he won't dare to do anything to me. After all, I am the undying old man's disciple. He won't dare to kill me." The immortal order was proof of identity. The undying old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. Anyone who saw the immortal order would have to think twice. Yunmeng nodded. "Then be careful, Hyosaurus is a madman." As she spoke, she hugged Luo Tian's armpit and pulled him out of the ground. At this moment, Hyosaurus's face suddenly changed. "Bitch, you really dare to save him? I think you're tired of living." In the blink of an eye, Hyosaurus's right hand moved, and a burst of vigorous essence shot out. Dragon binding art! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Wang, the essence rushed out from his palm like a huge dragon, letting out a dragon's roar. The surrounding air suddenly shrank, as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. There's a god-level cultivation technique. Haijia is indeed Haijia. Even a random cultivation technique is a god level. The dragon binding art is rumored to be able to bind a divine dragon. Furthermore, the essence is suppressed, and the cultivation is also suppressed. Yunming's gaze turned cold, and the ice sword in her hand directly pierced forward. Mysterious sky sword art. Kill. The long sword continued to swing, quickly slashing towards the dragon's head. However, because of the poison, her cultivation was greatly suppressed. Facing the dragon binding art released by Hyosaurus, she clearly felt that it was strenuous. After slashing out dozens of times, she was forced to retreat. "Bind for me." Hyosaurus frowned. His essence suddenly increased, and the speed of the released essence dragon increased, instantly binding Yunmeng. Buzz! Like a long rope, it tightly bound Yunmeng. "Ha ha ha! Yunmeng, how does it feel to be tied up?" Hyosaurus laughed excitedly. "Ice Queen? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven? In my eyes, you're just trash. If it wasn't for my big brother taking a fancy to you, you would have died in misty Cloud City." TSK. At the same time, he was fighting against Yang Qi and Yunmeng. It was a complete suppression. This was the power of Hyosaurus, an incomparably powerful strength. Then, Hyosaurus looked at the stunned by Yuan and said, "What are you still standing there for? Go kill him." Chapter 10:15. The two of them were crushed. They could not move at all. Luo Tian was seriously injured. His kneecaps had cracked and the pain was unbearable. With Yang Qi, Yi Yunmeng, and Hyasaurus joining in, Bai Yuan automatically retreated to the side. He did not dare to say a word. There was no place for him to speak. But he saw it very clearly. Upon hearing Hyasaurus's words, Bai Yuan immediately walked forward and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." "Master Hai, just you watch. I will definitely use the cruelest method to kill him. This kid killed my son and so many people from the house of Bai. Today, I will use his head as a sacrifice to the souls of those who died in the house of Bai." Hyasaurus smiled with satisfaction. He controlled his Yuan Qi tightly and crushed the two of them. He looked at Yi Yunmeng and said with a smile, "Bitch, I know you like him. It must feel terrible to see the person you like die in front of you, right? Aya, I think he confessed to you the last time, right? But you were still that high and mighty goddess, the Ice Queen. But now, I want to know if he still likes you. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Hyasaurus said in a deep voice, "Kill him slowly. I want him to see the true face of the Ice Queen." At this moment, Luo Tian, who was almost unable to stand properly, suddenly jolted. He immediately looked at Yi Yunmeng and muttered, "She likes me? She likes me? Doesn't she treat me as... Could it be? She likes me? Ha ha ha. She likes me." Suddenly, Luo Tian was as happy as a child who had received candy. He nearly jumped up in joy. Yi Yunming's face sank. She angrily rebuked, "Hyasaurus, how dare you?" Hyasaurus said with an excited smile, "What would I, Hyasaurus, not dare to do? Ha ha ha. Everyone open your eyes wide and take a good look at the so-called #1 beauty of Misty Cloud City, the proud daughter of heaven of Cloud, Mist College." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yunmeng suddenly trembled. Fear welled up in his heart. She couldn't help but look at Luo Tian from the corner of her eyes. She didn't want Luo Tian to see her ugly side. Otherwise, he would meet Luo Tian in Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Seeing Hyasaurus approaching her step by step, she struggled violently. But the binding power of the dragon binding divine art was simply too strong. Even if her cultivation recovered, she wouldn't be able to break free. Unless Hyasaurus's vitality ran dry, she wouldn't be able to break free. On the other side, Yang Qi was also struggling with all his might. He was the same as well. He was suppressed by the heavenly net divine technique to the point that he couldn't move. Are you scared? Hyasaurus walked in front of Yi Yunmeng. Yi Yunmeng stared at him angrily and said, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Hyasaurus, if there's a chance, I will definitely not let you off." Hyasaurus pretended to be afraid and laughed. I'm so scared. Come on, come and kill me. Looking at your cheap appearance, I know you like that trash. Otherwise, why would you be afraid?" Suddenly, Hyasaurus slapped him with the back of his hand. "Pa, my big brother taking a fancy to you is your good fortune. You actually like a trash. What position do you put us Haijia in? What position do you put my big brother in? My big brother won't kill you. But that doesn't mean I won't kill you." A slap landed on Yi Yunming's cheek. The 5 finger marks were clearly visible, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the cloak on Yi Yunming's head was flung off. Walala! Ah! A few screams rang out. The surrounding people's gazes suddenly changed as they became incomparably shocked. They looked at Yi Yunmeng as if they were looking at a monster. Monster! Monster! The danger zone is a monster. She is the #1 beauty of Misty City? How could this be? Oh my God! She is the goddess in my heart. Even if I like a pig, I won't take another look at her. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Hyasaurus laughed incomparably happily. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, he laughed with unusual excitement. The #1 beauty has become the #1 ugly woman. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, do you still like her? Ha ha ha! Luo Tian's expression changed. Looking at the black spots on Yi Yunming's face, there were black hairs growing from the spots all over her face. extending from her face to the depths of her neck. She didn't look like a human at all and looked extremely terrifying. Luo Tian's heart ached. It was also at this moment. He was angry, extremely angry. Seeing that Yi Yunmeng was motionless, she asked softly, "Silly queen, why is it like this? Your face, your face. Why did it become like this?" Tears gushed out from the corners of Yi Yunmeng's eyes. She cried and couldn't say a word. Seeing Yi Yunmeng crying, Hyosaurus laughed even more happily. Luo Tian turned his face and stared at Hyosaurus, almost roaring, "Laugh your mother!" Hyosaurus's eyes were filled with anger as he shouted heavily, "You dog, what did you say?" Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he said word by word, "I said laugh your mother, King. Now do you hear me clearly?" After scolding Hyosaurus, he didn't even look at him, completely ignoring him. At this moment, Luo Tian's aura became different. A gloomy, murderous aura constantly burst out from his body. Even Hyosaurus was slightly stunned, but in an instant he immediately recovered and said coldly, "Brat, I think you're really tired of living. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Yi Yunmeng, watch him die, ha ha ha." Yi Yunmeng struggled. She kept struggling, because she couldn't stand steadily. She directly fell to the ground. She still kept struggling and desperately shouted, "Run, run, run," while shouting, while crying heart-wrenchingly. She didn't know why. She hated tears, but now she just wanted to cry. Seeing Bai Yuan approaching step by step, her heart also ached. She blamed herself in her heart. Why, God, why? Why are all the people I like dead? My brother became a cripple. My father's life and death are unknown. My mother died, tragically outside. Why is this? Am I really a cursed loner? Ah, she screamed in her heart. She was powerless. She hated herself. Bai Yuan. Try to touch him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A white figure landed beside Luo Tian. Bai Qi. Everyone in the house of Bai was shocked. Bai Yuan's face also changed. Your cultivation. How did you get rid of the strong yang poison in your body? I have already crushed the mysterious Yin crystal. Why did you? Bai Qi didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at Hyosaurus, clasped his hands, and said, "Master Hai, this is my house of Bai's matter. Even if you're the king of Haijia, you can't interfere with my house of Bai's matters, right?" He stood up. If he didn't stand up, Luo Tian would definitely die. Luo Tian saved his life. He, Bai Qi, was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. If he didn't stand up at this time, then he wouldn't be Bai Qi. "Father! Father!" Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were immediately happy and called out. At this time, Hyosaurus turned slightly to look at Bai Qi and sneered disdainfully. "Oh, another one who's not afraid of death stands up?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyosaurus slapped him in the air. "Who do you think you are? You don't even have the right to talk to me. Do you understand? In my eyes, you're not even an ant." Slap. Bang! Bai Qi was directly flipped over. The slap made him unable to get up from the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling immediately rushed up. Bai Lingling helped Bai Qi up and asked anxiously, "Father, are you okay?" Bai Xiong roared to the sky, and the aura of the explosive Bear King erupted from his body. "Ah, I'll kill you!" Luo Tian shouted. "Bai Xiong, don't be impulsive. Come back." Hyosaurus grinned and said, "Another ant." The void moved. He slapped him again. The pneuma surged. Once again, Bai Xiong was knocked down and fainted. Hyosaurus glanced at the crowd and said arrogantly, "Who else is not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can stand up. I, Hyosaurus, will beat you until you're convinced." Arrogant, unusually arrogant. He completely crushed the whole scene. The surroundings fell silent. No one dared to make a sound, nor did they dare to stand up. Whether it was the disciples of the Abyss College or the few female disciples of the Cloud Mist College who followed Yunmeng, none of them dared to make a sound. They were very afraid because they couldn't afford to offend Hyosaurus, let alone Hyjia. It seems that there's no one left. Hyosaurus enjoyed the feeling of looking down on everything. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Kid, what qualifications do you have to compare with my big brother? A toad like you still wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Luo Tian didn't say anything, but slowly walked to Bai Xiong's side and helped him up. Then, he supported himself to Bai Qi's side. Bai Qi saw that Luo Tian's expression and eyes were not right, and couldn't help but stop Luo Tian's sleeve and said, "Luo Tian, don't go, you're not his opponent." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Looking at Yunmeng, he revealed a smile and said, "Silly queen, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you're like this, don't worry. I will repay the pain you've suffered 1,000 times, 10,000 times." Then he looked at Yang Qi. Luo Tian felt a smile and said, "Big brother Yang, thank you. From today onwards, you are my Luo Tian's big brother forever. I, Luo Tian, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. In the future, if there's anything I, Luo Tian, will definitely help with my life." Luo Tian seemed to be saying his last words. Yunmeng was stunned. Yang Qi was also stunned. The two of them looked at Luo Tian, watched him walk towards Hyosaurus, and couldn't help but panic and shouted loudly, "Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid. You're not his opponent, run." Bai Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Brat, you can offend anyone, but you have to offend Master Hai. This is even more terrifying than offending the King of Hell. I've already said my last words. Now it's time for me to die." Luo Tian didn't even look at Bai Yuan and suddenly shouted, "Scram to the side for this, Daddy!" Wolverine, transform. This chapter is very large. Thank you, Peppermint Leaf, for your 10,000 fluttering red tip. The old cow is extremely grateful. Thank you everyone for this month. Thank you for every monthly ticket. Every tip, the old cow bows 90 degrees to thank you. Thank you, brothers. A new month has begun. Brothers all have monthly tickets. Vote for the old cow. Chapter 1016. He could not take it anymore. What was there to worry about? What was there to be worried about being captured and kept as a lab rat? What kind of monster was that? At this moment, all these did not exist in Luo Tian's mind. There was only one thing in his mind, which was to crush the arrogant Hyosaurus like a dead dog. This was what he wanted to do. Therefore, without hesitation, he released the Wolverine transformation card in his body. His body suddenly changed, and all the muscles on his body seemed to explode. He had a full beard, a big cigar in his mouth, and a leather jacket. His muscles were bulging. The most fatal thing was the back of his hand. He could already feel the power of the indestructible, super strong metal blade. As long as he thought about it, the 4 steel blades would pierce out. A few seconds. Luo Tian had turned into another person, Wolverine from the X-Men. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what this was. Each of them looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. They did not know what happened to him. How did he suddenly turn into a man with the appearance of an uncle? There was something in his mouth that they had never seen before. The clothes on his body were the same. At this moment, Yang Qi's face suddenly sank. What happened? Could it be? The thoughts in his mind became chaotic. However, his eyes instantly became excited. Yunmeng was the same. She looked at Luo Tian in shock and frowned. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? How did he turn into another person? Could it be that the green monster in big pants in the Wushan mountain range was also him? Both of them thought of Hulk at the same time. However, they were not sure. After all, the Uncle Wolverine in front of them was completely like a normal person. However, the big green monster was completely different. That kind of violent, ignoring everything, explosive power was completely reckless. Hyosaurus was shocked and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I think you're really suitable to go to a circus. Your transformation is really too funny. I can't help but burst out laughing. It's really a loss for you not to go to the circus. However, even if you become this rotten skin, what's the point? I really suspect that you're a clown. Hyosaurus still looked arrogant. He was still filled with disdain. This was because he could not sense any dangerous aura from Wolverine's body. He could not even feel the fluctuation of Yuan Qi. Therefore, he was sure that this Wolverine was also a piece of trash. He was completely useless and naturally could not threaten him. Luo Tian took a puff of his cigar. Hiss! Phew! Exhaling another mouthful of white smoke, he thought to himself, this feels great. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. It's all right. I'm really afraid that if I transform, I'll end up like that monster Hulk. I won't have any self-awareness and won't be able to control myself. If that's the case, I'll be screwed. Transforming into Wolverine was not hindered in the slightest. In other words, Luo Tian could completely control it. He could control everything. Clenching his fists, he felt the power of the super strong combination of metals surging in his body. Staring at Hyosaurus, he grinned and said, Is that so? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. You'll tremble because of him for the rest of your life. Immediately, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Clenching his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, and a strong aura of pure physical strength erupted from his entire body. Hyosaurus's face was full of contempt, not putting Luo Tian in his eyes at all. And at this moment, Bai Yuan's eyes moved. This was the best time for him to flatter and hug his thigh. Only he had a relationship with Haijia. Even if Bai Qi was alive, even if his cultivation had recovered. So what? Bai Qi was his, and even Lingyun City was his. Thinking about this clearly, Bai Yuan's eyes revealed a cold fierceness. He rushed towards Luo Tian and shouted, You dog, you want to hurt Master Hai? I think you should save it. Dragon's Claw. Overlord's Claw. Crush him for me. As soon as his voice faded, Bai Yuan released his strongest power. This was his only chance to show off in front of Hyosaurus. He had to go all out, and he also wanted to kill Luo Tian to avenge his son. Anger and future intertwined, and his power became even more fierce. However, Luo Tian did not even look at him. Although Bai Yuan was a boss, and it was possible that he would trigger the system reward. However, Luo Tian did not put him in his eyes at all. A boss of this level could no longer satisfy Luo Tian. What he wanted was Hyosaurus. When Bai Yuan's Overlord's Claw came crashing down, Luo Tian did not defend at all. His speed did not decrease. He still rushed towards Hyosaurus. Bam! Rumble! Rumble! The power of the 5 elements claw came crashing down, and Luo Tian's body abruptly sank. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, becoming incomparably heavy. Countless fine cracks appeared all over his body, as though his body was about to be torn apart. Seeing this, Bai Yuan was extremely excited and said fawningly to Hyosaurus, Master Hai, just leave this kind of trash to me. How can I let you do it yourself? Just watch, he will be crushed into a pool of blood by my Overlord's Claw. Not even his bones will be left. Hyosaurus smiled in satisfaction. Looking at Luo Tian's painful expression, he turned to look at Yunmeng and laughed. How is it? It must feel good to see the man you like being crushed, ha ha ha. Such a trash, I don't see how he is qualified to be compared to my big brother. Yunmeng, just watch him die in pain, ha ha ha. Yunmeng stared at Luo Tian, watching the skin on his body crack bit by bit. She was extremely worried, but it was useless no matter how hard she struggled. The power of the divine dragon binding skill was not something she could break free from with her current cultivation level. She could only watch as Luo Tian suffered. At the same time, she was also in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Master! Luo Tian! Brother Luo! Many people around them shouted. Bai Yuan laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, dog, after being hit by my overlord's claw, you will slowly die in pain. You didn't even dream of dying like this. Ha ha ha, he was excited. Killing Luo Tian, kissing Hyosaurus's ass and avenging his son. The resentment in his heart finally exploded. In the future, he would not have to worry about Bai Qi or the other 4 big families in Lingyun City. In the future, the entire Lingyun City would belong to him, Bai Yuan. At this moment, he could already see his glorious future. However, what he did not notice was Luo Tian suddenly disappeared. Moreover, at this moment, a figure like a hungry wolf landed in front of him. A cold metallic light flashed, and 4 forces that broke through the void slashed across his chest. I just came back from the hospital and started to write. The first chapter of the day is here. It's a new month. Brothers, push for the monthly votes and destroy the chrysanthemum in front. Only 20 votes left. Chapter 1017. A second ago, he was crushed beyond recognition. The next second, a strong killing intent suddenly erupted. And no one saw Luo Tian move. Many people were staring at Luo Tian, including Hyosaurus, but none of them saw Luo Tian move. Because Luo Tian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Just as White Ape revealed a smug smile, a cold light flashed past, and a trace of pain came from his chest. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Wolverine, who was holding a large cigar in his mouth. He trembled as he said, You, how, puff! Before he could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Slowly, his body became cold and the wound on his chest became thicker, longer, and bigger. Then his chest was directly divided into 3 pieces and slid down. His body was cut into 3 pieces. Instant kill. It was so fast that it was suffocating. This speed was too deadly. Bai Yuan was an expert of the martial void realm. Even if he was careless and was hit by Luo Tian again, his defense of the martial void realm was still there, but he was cut into 3 pieces by Luo Tian with a light slash. Everyone's brain almost stopped working, and they couldn't react. They felt as if they had eaten a fly. It was very uncomfortable, but they couldn't figure out where it was uncomfortable. They just looked at Luo Tian and kept looking at him. He's dead. Bai Yuan is dead. He was killed by him. Oh my God, what happened just now? I didn't see it clearly at all. How did he do it? He was so far away, and his speed was faster than lightning. Isn't this too heaven-defying? This is the first time I've seen a martial void realm expert kill an expert of the martial void realm. Suddenly, there was a strong discussion in the crowd. Everyone was shocked by Luo Tian. They couldn't understand how he did it at all. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't attack again. Instead, he stared at Hyosaurus, who had an ugly expression on his face, and sneered, Don't worry, you're next. He's not free right now. He wanted to see what Bai Yuan would drop. He wanted to know if Bai Yuan was the system's reward. Ding! The system beeped. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Yuan. You have gained 60,000 experience and 5,000 vitality. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Giant Dragon Claw. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Grade 3 Imperial Spirit Pill. A series of system notifications rang out. Other than the Giant Dragon Claw, nothing good was dropped. This was also related to Bai Yuan's lack of good items. Without good items, naturally nothing good would be dropped. However, Luo Tian didn't care whether or not Bai Yuan would drop anything. What he cared about was whether or not the system would reward him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin value. The current sin value is 89 points. F***CK. Why did you suddenly remind me of this? System sister, give me some boss rewards. Bai Yuan is a boss after all. You should at least give me some rewards. Luo Tian prayed in his heart. He did not take the sudden reminder of the sin value to heart. Luo Tian did not pay much attention to the sin value system either. In any case, the sin value was definitely similar to the one in the game. The more people he killed, the higher the sin value would be, just like a red name. Luo Tian did not care too much about this kind of thing, since he never cared about the consequences of killing people. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 4 symbols stage 9. Holy sh*T, scare me to death. Luo Tian frowned. His tense nerves were disturbed by the system notification. His heart sank again. He held his breath and said to himself, "Give me a quick one. If there is no reward, then there is no reward. Don't make me crazy." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the boss by Yuan and obtaining the system reward. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's heart was stuffed. What good stuff? That was all fake. The real good stuff was the system reward. The Heavenly Sword system reward, Hulk's Eternal Transformation card, the system reward. What would be the reward this time? Luo Tian was looking forward to it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thor Transformation card. It lasts for 10 minutes, one-time use. Item: Thor Transformation card attribute, unique. Can transform into Thor and possess the power of shocking thunder. Description: passive attribute. Triggers all thunder-type techniques and is not restricted by the seal. The thunder-type technique that is cultivated will increase by 1 level. Permanent. He took a look at the attributes of the Thor Transformation card. There was nothing special about the first 2. However, the things that were described in the description. Luo Tian was almost ecstatic. God, the 3 million volts of electricity that was dropped from Any Road can unlock the seal? Furthermore, it will increase by 1 level and become tens of millions of volts of electric shock damage. Oh my God, this happiness came too suddenly. My little heart can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. He did not expect this. He did not expect this at all. Luo Tian did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. The Thor Transformation card that was rewarded by the system could actually trigger these attributes. God, Any Road's thunder-type technique was too powerful. Furthermore, it was a divine spell. Although he was only a virtual shadow condensed from a thought of God in the divine territory, he was still a god after all. The technique that he cultivated was a divine spell. Even in the ancient world, he was definitely an awesome existence. Wow. This is too awesome. There's nothing more awesome than this. Luo Tian was too excited. Ever since he obtained Any Road's technique, he had been thinking about where to absorb the thunder and lightning to upgrade it. Now he suddenly had a solution. The most difficult thing was that the seal of the technique could not be unlocked by force. The system did not give any hints. Now, everything was not a problem. Awesome. Luo Tian looked up and roared. Looking at the Thor Transformation card, he had an urge to use it to unlock Any Road's thunder-type technique. However, in the end he restrained himself. Now was the time for Wolverine to transform. It was not Thor's turn yet. One must know that Thor was an absolute powerhouse in the divine territory. That hammer could summon lightning. That lightning was not as simple as a few million volts. Once it came out, it would be a destructive existence. Moreover, to deal with a Hyosaurus, Wolverine was enough. Both eyes were stunned. Luo Tian recovered and stared coldly at Hyosaurus. He laughed mockingly and said, "Hyosaurus, right? Hygia second young master, right? Come. Let me see how arrogant you are. Now it's your turn. The second chapter has been delivered. Only 10 votes left. Brothers, can you give me a little more effort? Chrysanthemum. This old bull needs a chrysanthemum." Chapter 1018. After getting rid of Bai Yuan, the next one would naturally be Hyosaurus. However, Luo Tian didn't know what cultivation level Hyosaurus was at. How strong was Wolverine? How high could his cultivation level be? Luo Tian didn't know either. However, there was one thing that Luo Tian was very clear about. With Wolverine's strength, he would definitely beat Hyosaurus until he crawled on the ground. This was absolutely certain. The most important point was, when he was crushed by Yuan's overlord's claw, his skin had cracked and his internal organs were in extreme pain. However, after his self-healing ability was triggered, all the injuries were healed in an instant. In other words, in a situation where he couldn't be killed in one hit, Wolverine was basically an invincible existence. Bai Yuan fell into a pool of blood. The disciples of the House of Bai were immediately shocked and quickly retreated to one side. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Bai Qi. Some of them also secretly left. Then there were the elders of the House of Bai, who had already hidden away. When they saw Bai Qi, their expressions changed, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, Bai Qi didn't have time to care about this. All his attention was on Luo Tian. Moreover, he already had a very good idea in his mind. Hyosaurus's expression was somewhat ugly. It wasn't because Luo Tian had killed Bai Yuan in one hit, but because Luo Tian's tone made him very unhappy. Looking at Luo Tian's mocking and disdainful expression, the anger in his heart instantly burst out. Killing an ant of the Void Martial Stage dares to show off in front of me? Luo Tian, I've indeed underestimated you. I've underestimated the power of your mutated form. However, even so, you're still not my opponent. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Not waiting for Hyosaurus to finish speaking, Luo Tian said aggressively, "Then what the F***CK are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Don't F***King talk nonsense. Come and bite me. What do you mean by killing you is as easy as killing an ant? It's all F***King nonsense." Luo Tian was already unhappy in Martial Mountain City. It was just that at that time he didn't have the strength and didn't want to reveal that he had transformed into the Hulk. Otherwise, he would have already turned Hai Yulong into dregs and wouldn't have waited until now. Of course, if Luo Tian knew that so many things would happen when Yunmeng returned to Misty City, he would have killed Hai Yulong even if he risked being exposed. He wouldn't care if Hai Yulong was a super genius of Misty Cloud Academy, the second young master of the Hai family, or even the blood brother of the Crown Prince. In life, if you're unhappy, do it. Keeping a low profile wasn't Luo Tian's style. If you're dead, you'll be alive for thousands of years. Luo Tian now understood. Hyosaurus's face twisted again. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched crazily. He suddenly moved his hands and withdrew his Yuan Qi. He withdrew the crushing power of the Sky Net Divine Art and the binding power of the Dragon Binding Divine Art. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Net Divine Art and the Dragon Binding Divine Art were released at the same time. Two invisible forces like surging waves attacked Luo Tian. Yunmeng, whose body was light, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Be careful!" Yang Qi shouted, "Brother Luo, be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them rushed up almost instantly. But at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly said, "Don't come over. You guys just watch from the side. Watch how I make him kneel on the ground and turn him into a dead dog." The evil fire was growing. Thinking of the huge black spots on Yunmeng's face, thinking of the humiliated Yang Qi, thinking of Hyosaurus's contemptuous, condescending, arrogant face, Luo Tian was very unhappy. Roaring in his heart, he shouted, "Wolverine, let me see your true strength!" Buzz, his arms sank. Clenching his fists, 8 super combination metal blades rushed out from the back of his hands, shining with a cold light. Blades! Blades actually grew out of his hands. What is this? Just now Bai Yuan was cut into 3 parts by these blades. These blades are so sharp. This kid is too strange. At first, he summoned a creature from another world. When everyone thought that he was a sorcerer, That demon beast was actually killed by the white ape in an instant. When everyone thought that he was about to die, he suddenly transformed and killed the white ape in an instant. Now, he is facing the second young master of the High family without the slightest bit of fear. Is he crazy or is he crazy? Did he not think of the consequences of offending the Haijia? The crowd was discussing. Luo Tian did not have the mood to care about these. Haijia or Haijia, he only had one problem in mind, which was to kill Hyosaurus. But there was one thing that Luo Tian did not understand. Logically speaking, Hyosaurus should be a humanoid boss, but he was not a boss. He did not even have the faint golden light of an elite monster. He was completely an ordinary monster. How could this be? Bai Yuan was a boss. For Luo Tian, who was in the four symbols realm, Hyosaurus's cultivation was definitely at the boss level. He could not understand. Luo Tian did not think too much about it. Whether Hyosaurus was a boss or not, he wanted to kill him and make him kneel on the ground and sing for him. Facing the two surging forces, his body leaned forward slightly. His back foot moved. Boom! The airflow behind him suddenly rotated. At this moment, Wolverine's figure had disappeared, with a trace of the sound of breaking air. His figure could not be seen. Facing the two forces of Tianluo Divine Art and Dragon Binding Divine Art, he directly used his speed to pass through. Just like the Flash in a LOL game, he directly passed through, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Hyosaurus. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Is this all you have? With this little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Dare to touch my woman. Dare to touch my brother. Hyosaurus, who do you think you are? You like to be arrogant, right? Today, I will let you know what arrogance is." The speed of his speech was very fast. It was the same as his speed just now, astonishingly fast. Facing Luo Tian's speed, Hyosaurus's reaction was also very fast, but compared to Luo Tian's speed, it was not by a little bit, but by a lot. Even after Luo Tian finished speaking, he did not have time to move. Titanium alloy strength. Crack! Breaking the speed of light. Open! With a move of both fists, Luo Tian instantly entered Lunatic Luo mode and fiercely attacked Hyosaurus's body with two fists. For a moment, blood splattered into the air, and Hyosaurus kept retreating. His face was pale, and his heart was scared to death. Luo Tian pressed on step by step and roared in a deep voice, "Kneel down and sing Conquer for me." The third chapter has been delivered. You guys are the fiercest. Old Cow loves you guys to death. It's going to be a new week soon. Old Cow is looking for a threesome. The recommendation tickets and monthly tickets will fly together. Let Old Cow feel better and let the ranking of undefeated be higher. Brothers kill.